use his clip note, but you might as well read the back of a cereal box to get your news then. Again, instead of listening to me or him, what you can do is look up the governor of North Carolina's letter to Donald Trump of him asking just yesterday for the FEMA funding extension, and today Donald Trump saying he's not giving him it and then freezing the funding. You could look that up because that just happened over the past 24 hours. Okay? So anyway, guest, now that we got that out of the way, okay, I asked you about 8 constitutional violations. This will be my last time asking you, are you willing to respond to the violations of our Constitution that Donald Trump perpetuated? Yes or no?
Am I able to talk?
Yes or no, are you going to answer to the fucking constitutional violations, man? Stop wasting my time.
It's on the governor's website.
Okay, we're going to move on. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Trump. FEMA denies North Carolina request for hurricane aid. The president repeatedly bashed the Biden administration's response to the disaster and then showed his blatant hypocrisy by ignoring a governor's attempt to secure FEMA funding. Again, these are all the top articles. If you just look up Trump, North Carolina on Google, Trump FEMA funding denies North Carolina request for hurricane aid. FEMA denies North Carolina's appeal for hurricane debris cost reimbursement. FEMA again denies North Carolina's request for extended Hurricane Helene reimbursement. Josh Stein, governor of North Carolina, says North Carolina will carry on without the Helene recovery despite Donald Trump's attempts to attack the state. Again, we can go through these. Trump undermined Biden's FEMA in North Carolina. Now the cleanup is lagging under his watch. Next article. Donald Trump freezes FEMA funding for North Carolina. Next article. Trump admin cancels millions in FEMA funding for North Carolina. Again, you could just look up Trump FEMA funding and all this will come up. All this will come up. And then all you got to do is click on one of them. Trump FEMA funding for North Carolina denied. You could just, it's pretty easy. I don't know why Trump voters want to like misinform you so bad. But what I'm also going to do here is ready. Hold on. He said it's there right now. Hold on. What I also want to note, mind you, is that Trump voters, and I'm going to get you the governor's statement. What I also want to note here is that Trump voters, like that ignoramus, during the Trump administration are silent and attempting to justify Donald Trump freezing federal aid for North Carolina. During Joe Biden's administration, they were misinforming you then too. During Joe Biden's administration, he gave 100% reimbursement on all damages to North Carolina, and Trump voters said, that's not enough. Donald Trump froze that reimbursement, and they're like, thanks, Trump, you're doing great for North Carolina. Huh? Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna get the governor's statement though, and I'll read it to y'all. Also, if you are just tuning in, take a moment of your time and share the live. Okay. I just think that that's so crazy. Mind you, I also want to point out, did everybody know I asked him about the constitutional violations time and again, and he refused to answer? Like, he refused to answer. Okay. Like, legitimately refused to answer. Okay, ready? Statement from Governor Josh Stein on FEMA's denial of North Carolina's reimbursement request. That's Donald Trump freezing North Carolina's funding. Look, wait, this is the governor.northcarolina.gov. I mean, this governor, look, governor.nc.gov. This is the governor's website. He told me to go there, so this is where I am now. Okay. FEMA's denial of our appeal will cost North Carolina taxpayers potentially hundreds of millions of dollars to clean up. But wait, I thought that last guest said that Donald Trump did give them the funding. I mean, are you saying that the last guest who's a Trump voter lied? Oh my God. What? Oh, I'm shocked. Okay, so just to confirm, Today, Governor Josh Stein released the following statement in reaction to news that Donald Trump's FEMA has denied North Carolina's request for an extension of its 100% cost reimbursement for debris removal in relation to natural disasters and Hurricane Helene. The first step to help Western North Carolina recover is to clean up all the debris. So far, we have received 12 million cubic yards of debris from roads and waterways under the leadership of President Joe Biden. But given the immense scale of the wreckage, we have only scaled the surface. FEMA's denial of our appeal under Donald Trump will cost North Carolina taxpayers potentially hundreds of millions of dollars to clean up out west. So, like, to the Trump voters who want to misinform, just to confirm, are there any Trump voters, by a show of hands, are there any Trump voters who want to misinform anybody about the North Carolina situation? Were there any Trump voters who wanted to try misinforming again now that we've gone through the literal governor statement and the articles? Do any... I'm not reading that verbatim? Excuse me? Excuse me? What do you mean I'm not reading that verbatim? You can go to governor.nc.gov right now and read it if you'd like. You had the nerve to just say I didn't read it verbatim? Would you like to go read it yourself? Governor.nc.gov. Go read it. Huh? Go read it. Go read it. You can go read it. Governor.nc.gov. Bye. Go read it. That's some crazy work right there. I mean, I just invited you up if you'd like to come tell me what I didn't read verbatim. If you'd like to tell me what I didn't read verbatim, you can come up here and tell me. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work right there. That's some crazy work. Man, I swear to God, some people are going to go out of suggest that no matter what, if you're going to simp for Donald Trump, but the fact of the matter is evidently clear. You can look up the governor's state, look up the Donald Trump is freezing an extension of 100% cost reimbursement for North Carolina. Here's what we're going to do. Everybody pay attention, okay? Everybody pay attention. Hey, so if you want to look it up, you can find articles or the governor's statement, Governor Josh Stein, on Donald Trump, who froze FEMA funding. So under Joe Biden, the Republican Party claimed that Joe Biden wasn't doing enough for North Carolina. Even though he offered 100% reimbursement on all local damages, Republicans said that wasn't enough. But now Republicans are silent as Donald Trump is freezing 100% reimbursement. So Joe Biden delivers for North Carolina, and Trump voters say that's not enough. Donald is that deliverable and doesn't offer anything, and Republicans are silent. I think that's hypocrisy. That's hypocrisy. And if you're trying to justify the Trump voters doing that, you're quite literally a textbook enabler of that extremism and hypocrisy then. Because again, what all you got to do here is for anybody who's like, Johnny, I don't believe you. Go to governor.nc.gov and you can read the governor's statement. Or you could just simply type in Trump, North Carolina, and you'll get all these articles about Donald Trump freezing FEMA funding. This one's titled, Trump's FEMA denies North Carolina's request for Hurricane Helene aid. Oh my God. It's almost like Google's free. It's almost like Google is free. It is. And you could easily look these things up. So I want to talk about the Constitution, but I will also harp on Hurricane Helene recovery and the Republican Party's hypocrisy, if that's what I need to do. I do think it's also notable and important to point out that my guest request had 30 people in it. And the moment, mind you, 30 people in it while the last guest was up attempting to perpetuate misinformation. Then when I show you Governor Stein's website and I show you the articles, there are 3 people in the guest request now. There's one and it's a Democrat. Okay, so just to confirm, I had 30 people in my guest requests when the Trumper was perpetuating misinformation, and all of them were Trumpers prepared to double down and say, yeah, Johnny, you're wrong. Trump did deliver. And then I prove them wrong. I give them Governor Stein's website and articles debunking the claim that Donald Trump has delivered for North Carolina. and making evidently clear that he's freezing their FEMA aid as we speak. And the Trump voters all go silent. Just wanted to point that out. Now, mind you, I wanted to talk about the Constitution. I wasn't going to talk about Hurricane Helene, but I'm more than happy to, because this doesn't make Donald Trump look good. Okay? I know I said 1K and that Trump voters prepare and, would prefer the letter K in pairs of 3, but by this I mean okay. Okay? Everybody understands? Okay? Okay. Yeah, this is some crazy work, Trumpers. You're really trying. You're twisting yourself into pretzels. Twisting yourself into pretzels. I mean, that's some craziness there, y'all. Again, if you're tuning in and you're like, let's just be honest here. Donald Trump violates the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Fourth, and the 22nd Amendment. Trump voters are totally silent. Donald Trump, a $100 million 747-8 luxury liner from Qatar, and Trump voters are totally silent. Donald Trump, we should overthrow habeas is your due process, and Trump voters are silent. Freezes ID, which is lawfully allocated by Congress and unlawfully frozen by Trump, and they go silent. Trump voters watch as Donald Trump freezes aid for North Carolina, and Trump voters are silent. Trump voters are silent as Donald Trump violates and undermines and cuts Medicaid and Medicare by $600 billion and cuts food assistance by $230 billion, and Trump voters silent. Do we understand the hypocrisy of this? I mean, literally, if you vote, you can't convince me you don't regret your vote. Donald Trump hasn't given you anything. He hasn't delivered anything for you. Like, you can't honestly convince me you don't regret your vote. Like, can you name those amendments again? Yes, I can. Y'all, I love our Constitution. I do, because I'm a true American. I'm a Democrat. And let's be honest, Democrats are today's real Americans. You see those on the alt-right, and what do you see other than those insurrectionists, extremists, conspiracy theorists, anti-American, anti-patriots, and I think it's just important to note, Democrats are true Americans. Democrats are patriots. Democrats are real leaders. Democrats deliver. Let's talk about these constitutional violations. So Donald Trump on the First Amendment violates the First Amendment, your freedom of speech and freedom of the press, by unlawfully removing the AP News out from the White House press briefing room and defunding NPR and PBS. Donald Trump is not permitted to do this, and yet he did it nonetheless, and now they're in court combating this nonsense. Donald Trump also violated, let's understand, the freedom to organize, for example, students, and the freedom to organize. He undermines international student visas and undermines the rights of protesters by suggesting that they'll be retaliated against for speaking true to themselves and their cause. Let's also understand, for example, the Second Amendment. Donald Trump violated the Second Amendment. Whether you agree or disagree with this, Donald Trump invoked a bump stock ban, which was in direct violation of the Second Amendment. In 2017, it was overturned in June of 2024. Donald Trump is the same man who violated the Fifth Amendment, which is habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is due process. Donald Trump says you should not have a right to due process. Donald Trump says that you should be, as an American, deported or detained as he sees fit. That's unlawful, obviously. But Trump voters don't know this. Trump voters also don't know that Donald Trump signed an executive order to redefine and violate the 14th Amendment, which, fun fact, is not how you change an amendment. You need a constitutional convention, and Donald Trump didn't have that. He didn't have that. So Donald Trump signs a violation of our 14th Amendment into law, and it's overturned, halted by federal courts. Donald, thank you so much, Sarah, for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. Donald Trump and the 22nd Amendment suggest that he can run for a third term, and Trump voters are... Do we understand voters legitimately? Let me show you. Hold on. Where's my wig? legitimately celebrating Donald Trump violating our Constitution. They're like, thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump, for violating my free speech. Thank you, Trump, for cutting my Medicare. Like, do we also understand it's not even just the constitutional amendments, it's the clauses within them. Donald Trump violated habeas corpus. Habeas corpus? Understand that? He violates habeas corpus, and he violates the emolument, accepting unlawfully $1 million Boeing 747 luxury liner from Qatar. It's me, your favorite president. And by president, I mean your favorite convicted felon. I'll tell you something. I hate my people. I tell you, people support me, and I'm always asking them, why would you support me? Why would you support Donald J. Trump? I tell you, it's quite frankly kind of ignorant. I'll tell you something. You look at China, and you look at Russia, and I'm a tour of the penguins. Mattel's a country, and I like to cut Medicaid. Oh, your average Trump voter, am I right? And Trump voters look at that and they're like, yeah, he speaks to me. Yeah. Trump voters look at that and they're like, yeah, he's speaking for the working class America. Like, oh my God. Like, are you for real? Anyway, so just to confirm, are there any Trump voters who are not scared to debate me in here? Are there any Trump voters who aren't scared to debate me? Let's be honest, I would be. Again, if you're a Trump voter tuning in, are there any Trump voters who are not scared to debate me? I've seen hundreds of comments. Are there any who are not scared to debate me? Any Trump voters who are not scared to debate me? Wow, look at all of them going silent. Are there any Trump voters tuning in who are not scared to debate me? Do we understand? I kid you the F not, I just saw like a legit 100 Trump voter comments, and the moment that I say, if you're a Trump voter who's not scared to debate me, can you let me know? They all go silent. Okay, can we get like if you're a Trump voter in the comment section, can you like raise a hand? And no, not the way that Elon Musk would prefer you to. Trash. Anyway, and mods, don't worry about muting any of them for now. Okay, just to confirm, are there any Trump voters tuning in who are not scared to debate me? Are y'all really running that scared? Dang, that's some crazy work. W's to Johnny. Like, Mac is not a Republican. Mac, what are you doing? Let's get some W's in the chat for Johnny. This is some crazy work right now. You're telling me that I got all these Trumpers running scared? Dang. Man, you know what's crazy work is they do this in person too. Like Trump voters. Trump voters always, I swear to God, Trump voters are always like, you would never debate us in person. I can't, because you run away in person the same way you do online. Legitimately. The amount of times that I've asked these Trump voters to debate and they just refuse. Hey, did you vote for Trump?
No, man, I was just saying try to...
Oh, okay. All right. Bye. Next, again, if you voted for Trump and you want to debate, do you want to like join the guest request? Do you want to like join the guest request or what's with the hiding? Hi, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I got muted,
how old
by
are
the
you?
way, too.
Congratulations. I don't care. Anyway, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay, so you're 28. You voted for Trump. I can only tell that you're not intelligent, like by the vibe of how this conversation is going, or like social awareness in the sense and said I got muted too. Like I can already tell why, right? So anyway, so you voted for Trump. Okay, you voted for Trump.
Yeah. Correct.
I assume
I do.
You do. Gotcha.
Correct.
And let me guess, it's because he's a man and she's a woman?
Incorrect.
Okay, it's because he's white and she's black.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Is it transgender?
Part.
Literally not. I kid you not. You guys are so easy to minded. Man, you Trump voters are minded. Like you don't vote policy, you don't vote based of like statistics or analysis. All y'all vote for is your own intolerance. That's crazy. Yeah, and that's part of it, Johnny. Of course it is. That's
Partially
part of
correct.
it. Of course that's part because you took an issue and then politicized it to undermine and attack a marginalized community. for your own political gain.
That's not necessarily
let's
true.
let's talk a little bit about, I think, the actual issues instead of just undermining marginalized communities. Let's try that. I do want to get an applause in the comment section for Johnny, though, because that was some crazy work right there. I literally clocked that. I called that out. Okay. Very simple-minded, very easy to read these Trump voters. So let's just talk a little bit about this. So we're going to talk about the Constitution, assuming you know what that is. Do you know what the Constitution is?
Correct. Yeah, 27.
You do know what it is. Okay, great. So, Donald Trump, you tell me which one to describe and we'll discuss it. The First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 22nd Amendment, and the 14th Amendment, as well as the Emoluments Clause, Habeas Corpus, and the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Donald Trump violated all these clauses and amendments, assuming that you probably only know what the First and Second Amendment are. Odds are that's what you're going to ask me to speak on, but which amendment would you like me to speak on?
Well, we can talk about the due process.
Due process. Okay, and due process is
amendment?
what amendment? Wait, did you just... Due process isn't the 14th Amendment. Birthright
What would it be?
citizenship is the 14th Amendment. Due process is the 5th Amendment.
You said
Okay, so
what
that
was
was my... So everybody, this was my point. This was my point. You probably only wanted to talk about the first and second because those are the only ones you know.
You're not even letting me finish. You're
Okay,
just,
so
like,
the
already
14th
thinking about
Amendment is
what I'm saying
birthright
before I even say it.
citizenship. Habeas corpus is due process, and that's the 5th Amendment.
Okay, no. Well, I'm talking about if somebody has birthright citizenship,
You're
then-
confusing all of the cases
hold on
right
a second.
now.
Let me finish what I'm about to say.
Just to
Let me
confirm.
finish what I'm about to say.
Okay, wait. You're gonna
I'm
dig
talking
the
about
hole
that case
deeper.
where that
Stop.
kid was-
It's
that
okay.
kid was
It's okay.
returned back to
You're
the
gonna
country.
dig the
That's
hole
not
deeper. You're gonna dig the hole deeper. You
That's
just
not-
said
what are you
that
talking
you just
about?
said, Johnny, due process is the 14th. That's not it. Due process is the 5th, which is habeas
Well, I was
corpus.
going to get to that case.
The 14th
where
is
that kid
birthright
was returned to
citizenship,
the
and these are
country,
two
and
separate
you guys say
cases.
he wasn't given due process
No.
because he has
See,
birthright
okay.
citizenship.
Wait, hold on. You said due process is the 14th. So you
I
got
wanted
that
to
wrong.
touch on that case.
You're not going to gaslight. You're going to dig the hole deeper. Just calm down. Take a step
That's
back.
exactly what I wanted to
you're
talk about.
digging the hole deeper. Calm
You're
down.
already thinking for me.
Calm down. I'm
You're already
speaking.
thinking for me.
Okay.
I can't even finish what I'm about to say.
You can't think for yourself, so I'm trying to help you. Second
'cause
thing,
you know
just
you're
accept
digging
that you're
yourself in the
wrong,
hole.
and we can continue. Hold on. So the 14th Amendment, you understand that has nothing to do with Kilmore Abrego Garcia, right? Which is the case you're about to speak on.
Where the kid was returned to the country without due process.
Okay, so second issue is that wasn't an issue of
Or
due
birthright
process.
citizenship.
That was birthright citizenship, which is two
Right.
separate cases. Again, you're confusing this. Due process is the 5th. Birthright is the 14th. This did not have to do with due process. It had to do with the 14th. You're confusing me. I understand it's a lot for simple-minded people, but
Jesus
it
Christ. Okay,
shouldn't be.
It doesn't matter. We have to dive in. Okay, so we can
which
touch-
one do you want to
what
talk about?
touch
The
on?
5th or the 14th?
We can touch on the 5th.
Okay. And the 5th is...
Okay, we don't have to go over this.
You don't know what the
due
5th
process.
is, do you? What is the 5th?
We can talk on the due process.
What is the 5th Amendment?
Are we not? Did we already not go over
I was
this
asking,
already?
what is the 5th Amendment?
We don't have to go over this again.
What is the 5th Amendment? Do you not know? What is the 5th Amendment?
Okay, we don't have to go over this again.
Oh my God.
Are we going to
Ain't
really go over this
no
again?
way. Do you know what the 5th Amendment is? What is it?
Yeah, I'm not going to touch on this with you and then have a
You don't
educational-
know what the 5th Amendment is, and you just said you wanted to talk about it. Why are you talking about something? Okay. Wow.
the
This
right
is
to
some
due
crazy work.
process. We could talk on that.
Good boy. Took you long enough to chat GPT it. Okay, so let's
Yeah,
talk
I don't
about
have
due process.
Well,
Let's
'cause
talk
we already
about due
touched on it. It's
process.
irrelevant at this point.
It actually is very much relevant.
No, it's not. Because we already
let's talk
touched on
about
it.
due process and the issue at hand. Do you know who Kilmore Abrego Garcia is?
Correct. He's
Who is
a
that?
gang member.
Oh, really? Do you have a conviction saying he's a gang member?
Yeah, he did in fact have that MS-13 gang sign tatted on him.
Yeah, I was just at the United States Capitol last week, and I had a conversation with a Congress member who was at the forefront of the committee hearings surrounding that very tattoo. And those images were photoshopped. And Christy Noam already had this debunked as well and had admitted it. So while I appreciate that you've Security Secretary in the matter when this was called out last week,
There was nothing
during
tatted on his
committee hearing.
nothing at all tatted on his wrist.
MS-13's not tattooed on his hands. You know that, right?
It was symbols.
No.
Yeah, that I mean,
You're
kinda
saying,
a
okay,
teardrop,
so just to
like a
confirm,
teardrop
so
on your
you're
eye would
suggesting
symbolize you're
that
gonna
this
live
is
someone.
MS-13, but you can't actually prove that.
Right. So like I just said, a
just to
teardrop
confirm, not
tatted
only
on your
can
eye
you
would be
prove that,
symbolized
not
as
only can
unaliving
you
someone.
not
It's the same thing with
prove,
MS-13.
not only can you not prove that, but now you're contradicting yourself. First you said he had MS-13 tattooed on his hand. Now you're saying it's symbols on his hand after I called you out for lying.
I just said it was symbols.
You
Okay,
did it.
who
You said
cares?
symbols
Who
after you
cares?
said
Let's
he had
just
the
talk to
words
the topic.
MS-13 on his hand. Furthermore, on the matter, you understand that even if it literally said MS-13, that's still not due process, right?
Okay. We can touch on this then.
Yeah, we are. We are touching on this. So you understand that even if you had that written on your hand, that's not due process, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. So why did the Supreme Court then? Because I just asked you, right? Why was he deported? You said because he's in a gang. There's no conviction he's in a gang. There's no evidence he's in a gang, which is why you're not proving he's in a gang. Why did the Supreme Court, if he's in a gang, say that he must be returned home to the United States?
In this particular case, because
Yeah.
I mean, the previous administration
This has
completely
nothing
failed.
to do with the previous administration
I
in
mean,
any
it kind of
capacity.
does. We needed
On
a
this
security
administration, why
shutdown.
did I think you're confusing when this case was determined? I can't believe you just went to say Biden. Do you understand that the Supreme Court ruled on this matter in regards to Donald Trump deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia? Biden has nothing to do with any of this. So why did the Supreme
Well, he
Court
does.
rule?
He revoked
No,
Trump's
but
executive orders
Biden has
his
nothing
first
to do
term.
with this. So
It
if you could
replaced
just
his
respond to what I said, that'd be great. So
When you have
again,
20
this is
million
this
illegal
year.
immigrants
This
in
is
our country, you
pivot,
kinda have
pivot,
to
pivot, pivot,
have a-
pivot, 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 pivot. Again, why did the Supreme Court rule that Donald Trump must facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia back to the United States? The fact you're not answering it and you just want to pivot to 10 million immigrants and pivot to Biden is crazy. Can you respond to what he said?
The fact of the matter is that I don't think any
Why are you not
president abided
responding,
by due
dude?
process. Presidents
Can you
that
tell me
support
Kilmar Abrego
didn't
Garcia,
abide by
you
due
just said
process.
was a criminal, right? You just said,
Correct.
okay, you don't have
Based
any
off of the
conviction.
research.
You have no conviction. He's a criminal. You know that, right?
So he was not a part of a gang. Are you saying that he
No.
wasn't a part of a gang?
He is? Where's the evidence? Like, where is
Based
the
off that he was a part of
based on the research you've done? Probably believes in chemtrails. So just to confirm, you're out here saying he is a convicted felon. Why did the Supreme him home then?
I guess in that case he got maybe I don't know. I maybe he
Isn't a criminal. They said bring him because he was not a criminal.
Well, I mean this would if
Just
there
to
wasn't-
confirm, before you put Biden again, you're saying that this case that you don't recognize the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that Kilmar Abrego Garcia must be brought back home because he ignorant. Are you? Is this chosen ignorance or are you this ignorant? That's my actual question now. Is this chosen ignorance or are you legitimately this ignorant?
So he's not. Was he documented?
Again, just to confirm, legal protective status. Yes, that's documented. So just to confirm, you're saying he's a criminal and the Supreme Court said 9-0 a criminal, but you know better than the Supreme Court because you did your independent research.
I didn't do my
Really?
Yeah, I'm not saying. All I'm saying was that this was a failure.
You understand he's not a criminal, right?
Are you not gonna like let me finish?
I just want to confirm here. You understand he's not a criminal or an correct? That you would need to prove that first.
That he wasn't a part of MS-13
Yeah, you would need to prove that if he was.
at all in his life.
You would need to prove he is or was. You haven't.
So I don't have any computer in front of me or any things. I'm not gonna.
It's not a I need a computer thing. If he was in the gang, if he was a criminal, the Supreme Court would not have ruled 9-0 that he must be brought back home. Use your context clues. If he was a criminal, if he was in a gang, why would the Supreme Court rule unanimously he must be brought back home? They would say he should be deported because he's a criminal. Context clues. The Supreme Court 9-0 said bring him home. Why would they do that if he was a criminal? Think.
Well, because you said he has legal protective status, but I guess it's
Doesn't matter if you're a criminal. Think. Think. Context clues. Think logically here. Obviously, the man's not a criminal. Obviously, you haven't proved he's a criminal or proved he's in a gang via due process. Obviously, he doesn't have any convictions. Obviously, the evidence isn't substantial or significant enough to prove that. If
Well,
the
let's
Supreme
touch on-
Court ruled
Okay.
9-0, that he must be brought back home.
Has every president
Think.
properly abided by due process except for Donald Trump?
What are you talking about?
Did
What are-
Barack Obama abide by due process?
What are you talking about? This pivot is
No, I'm just
crazy
asking the
work.
question.
You will never find a case to this degree of a president violating due process in modern history. And if you do,
Really?
speak on it right now. What's the case?
So you're
Give me
saying that
the
there
case.
is
Name the case. Name
Trump
the
is
case
the
right now.
only
Name the
president
case.
that never abided
Name
by
the
due
case.
process.
Name the case. Go.
If you're arguing in good
Name the
faith,
case.
then-
Stop
then
pivoting.
this
Name the
is just
case.
Crazy.
Name the case.
Obama had expedited removal.
You're not
under
going to
his
name the case,
presidency.
are you? You said that there are cases under Barack
Nobody
Obama
gave
to
a
this
fuck about
degree.
due
I'm
process
asking you to
except
name
for,
one.
Except for when Trump took office.
You just said that there are cases to this degree of a violation of due process under Barack Obama.
I asked
Mind
the
you, there was
question, has
never
any
even a case
president-
reaching the Supreme
has
Court
every
of such a
president
matter.
operated by
But
due
I
process
just want to
except for
confirm,
Trump?
instead of you speaking over me, you just said that Obama had cases of this matter, and I'm sure what you're doing right now is stalling to look one up on Google, right? You just said that there is a case. You just said that there is a case under Barack Obama to this same degree of him violating due
Not
process.
the same
and
degree.
I
asked you just
really?
a simple
Can you name
question.
any case?
I asked you a simple question. You're not answering.
I just
my
asked you a
question.
simple question. Can you name
Are
the
you
case?
denying the fact that he didn't?
Can you name the case to prove me wrong?
No. Are you saying that he?
Just to confirm, I'm going to ask you
100%
again.
abided by due
Are you
process?
saying no? You can't name the case.
I'm just asking. I asked you the question.
And I just asked you a question.
You're
Are
not
you
answering my
saying you
question.
can't name the case? I'm answering your question.
You're not answering
Are
my
you
question.
saying your
I'm saying-
question
I
is
didn't say
irrelevant and
severity of
wrong,
due
and you
process. I
concede
asked
you're
you
wrong?
In general,
You
did he
are
abide by
conceding
due
you're wrong
process?
right now. You are conceding you're wrong by not naming the case.
Because
You're
not
asking
answering
me
my
to answer.
question. I'm
I
trying
can't
to
answer
preface
your
the
question without knowing a single case, right? You're
Okay.
not telling me what case happened under Obama to this degree. So
Okay,
if there are
because-
none,
okay. You
obviously
keep
then,
saying like the severity of the
obviously
case
then
now.
he would have
and what type-
violated
how-
due process. Think of this. Think of what you're saying. You are
did he
literally
abide
asking.
by due
Think of what you're
process?
saying right now. You are literally asking me, Johnny, I know that Donald Trump violated due process, and I know he violated habeas corpus in the Fifth Amendment, but Obama did too. Don't you agree? And I asked you, can you give
No,
me a case?
any other president,
You
Joe
just talked over
Biden,
me again. I'm going to
Obama.
repeat myself, and I'm going to repeat myself from the beginning every time
You really think that
I'm going to
every
repeat
illegal
myself.
immigrant got a
I'm going to
court
repeat
case, a
myself
court date
again.
before
This time
Trump-
you're going to listen. This time you're going to listen, okay? You just said Fifth Amendment. Yes, he violated due process. Yes, he violated checks and balances, rule of law, and ignored a unanimous Supreme Court declaration ruling he must facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia back to the United States. Yes, he did that. And your justification was to say Barack Obama did too. And I said, can you name a case of which Barack Obama did that? And you said no. You said, no, Johnny,
Obama
I
had
can't name a
expedited
case of...
removal.
Quiet. You said, no, Johnny, I can't name a case of Barack Obama doing that where he was found in a constitutional violation by the Supreme Court. No, I can't even find one where he was frozen by a federal judge of such a matter. And no, Johnny, I can't name the judge who took such action because there is none. Neither can I name what the case is because there is none. And you want me to answer your question when you have no standing and no ground. There isn't a case. So again, let's get back to Donald Trump instead of you pivoting
did he
to
give due
Barack
process,
Obama.
yes or no? Did he only give
We're
due
gonna
process?
we're gonna
Is
get
there
back to
any-
Donald Trump now because you couldn't name the case. So that's a concession. Okay.
No, it's not a concession.
You just conceded.
No, you're not letting me
wait,
finish.
you're not conceding? Great. What was the case?
You're not letting me finish.
Great. You're not
I
conceding.
asked
What was
you
the case?
question, and then you asked.
You're
the
not
severity
conceding,
of
so what was the case?
severity. Just say yes or no, and then we
Think
can
of
touch
this.
the case.
You're asking me a yes or no question.
I need to know
when you
your
don't have a
stance.
case to prove that
Just
your
say yes
question
or
has
no.
any ground.
Just say yes or no.
That doesn't make
And then
any
we can touch
sense.
on
It's
that.
not a yes or no question.
It is a yes
You're
or no
asking
question.
me. Really? Ask your question
I
again.
asked
Go
you the
ahead.
question.
Ask it. Go ahead. Watch this. Go
Did
ahead.
Barack Obama, in his 2 terms, only give due process? Was there any like did he only abide by due process when it came to deporting illegal immigrants?
That was not a legitimate question. Try again. What
Did he
that
abide
was
by due
word
process
salad.
with every illegal immigrant that was in our country?
Okay, can you give me a case where he didn't?
I asked you the question, yes or no.
Right, you're saying you want a yes or no. Can
Yes.
you prove to me he didn't? Give me a case.
Well, because I know you already know. So just say yes or
Give
no.
me a case where he didn't. Go ahead.
Well, you never. Okay, just say yes or no. We can touch on
I
that.
can't say yes or no to something
You
when I have
can.
no evidence that he
You
didn't get that
can.
due process.
You're
Can you
definitely
give
more
me
smarter
evidence?
than I
Give
am
me a
when it comes
case.
to politics.
Give me a
so I
case
wanna-
where he
I
didn't
wanna
offer the
know
due
yes or no.
process.
It's hard to answer the question.
You're saying you want a yes or no answer to a question without any evidence? Can you give me the case where he did
So
that?
you're saying, so you're already answering the question. Essentially, you're saying
You
yes,
just
he did abide by
said.
due process.
You just said. Here, like, let me off. This is a concession, and I'm going to kick you. This time, I'm going to speak, and you're going to. What I'm saying, okay? Do you understand me?
Because
You're not saying yes, so
yes
I
or
trust you don't understand me.
You're not saying yes
Are
or
you?
no.
Do you?
You're trying to pivot and
This isn't a pivot. I'm going to
semantics.
reiterate what we and get back to your question, okay? Do you understand me?
I'm listening to what you have to say.
Okay, so this time, don't cut me off. If you cut me off, I'm kicking you immediately, and I'm going to understand. Just so I want it to be. I don't want this to be a shock. If you cut me off when I'm speaking again, I'm kicking you immediately.
You've been speaking this entire time too.
Right, no, I haven't.
You're already finishing my
I haven't.
sentences
So
for
I'm
me,
doing
like
you're just
undermining
speaking
what I
over me.
know,
I'm going
what
to
I
kick you.
don't
I'm going
know,
to kick you in like
etc.
5 seconds if you don't shut your fucking mouth. Again, I'm going to
Can you
speak with or
respect what I
without you
have to say,
here.
too?
I'm going to speak with or without you here. That's my point. So now let
Okay.
me go through the issue.
Can you respect what I have to say too?
Quiet. I'm going to go through the issue, okay? So this started off with me speaking on habeas corpus. Mind you, you said that you thought due process was the 14th Amendment. It's the 5th.
No.
Okay. Rejoin the guest request, and then I'm going to let you speak, okay? Because clearly you can't contain yourself. Everybody was here when you said that. You said, Johnny, let's talk about the 5th Amendment, which is birthright citizenship. That's literally what you said. You got your amendments confused. You then told me that you know better than the Supreme Court and that you can prove Abrego Garcia is a criminal when you believe in things like chemtrails, and you got your amendments wrong. You wanted me to trust you. Okay, issue 2 is I explained to you that Donald Trump violated habeas corpus, which is due process, when the Supreme Court ruled in a 9-0 decision that he unlawfully deported Abrego Garcia and must facilitate his return home. They would not have ruled that if he was a criminal. Okay, if you had a conviction to prove he was a criminal, if you had a conviction to prove that he was in a gang, the Supreme Court would not have ruled brought back home. And so I asked you, why would the Supreme Court rule that then if he is a criminal as you so do decree? And you said, I don't know. Right, because he's not a criminal. And you have no evidence to prove he is, which is like common sense 101. That's using logic. That's context clues. Obviously, if the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that you didn't give him due process and he must be brought back home, that's criminal. If he was convicted of being a criminal and convicted of being in a gang, they would not have ruled that. That's like pretty simple shit right there. If you don't know that, that's on you and your own ignorance. That's chosen ignorance. That's not legitimate. Like, that's insanity at its finest, okay? Insanity at best, treason at worst. Let's also understand that you then said, well, Johnny, it's fine because Barack Obama did without due process. And I said, can you give me a case to this degree in which Obama did that? And you refused to name one. And you said, Johnny, just say yes or no. Did Barack Obama deport people without due process? And I said, can you name a case where he did that? And you said no. And I said, so you want me to tell you if he did or didn't do that when you can't name a case of him doing it? So you pivoted to Barack Obama to say that Barack Obama's whataboutism of deporting people without due process, without any evidence of him doing such a thing, is your justification for Donald Trump getting a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling that he violated the 5th Amendment? And then you got mad at me because I couldn't answer your yes or no question when it's not a yes or no question? What? The fact you quite literally said to me, the epitome of, Johnny, yes or no, is the sky yellow? You didn't answer! You didn't answer, Johnny! Ha! He pivoted! He conceded! He didn't answer if the sky is yellow! Ah! Like, think. Think. That was ignorance at best. I also want to be clear here, everybody. He did not rejoin the guest request. He did not rejoin the guest request because he concedes he was in the wrong on all that. And what was actually happening there, for anybody who's ever taken a simple psychology course, what he was doing there was trying to harp on a question instead of talking about the constitutional violation. And he was grasping for straws to pivot away from the 9-0 Supreme Court ruling that had been handed down to Donald Trump. He simply knew he was wrong but didn't want to admit it, and thus he was doing everything in his power to pivot. Then he was doing everything in his power to get kicked because he didn't want to run away himself. He gets kicked by speaking over me repeatedly and then runs away. You know for a fact he walked away from this thinking he did something there. That's pathetic. Your average Trump voter, they walk up to a conversation, make themselves look like ignoramuses as they are, and then run away. Your average Trump voter, very simple-minded, no evidence, no information, no way to prove that they're in the right on anything, just outright crash outs and nonsense. Insanity at best, treason at worst. Oh my gosh. Folks, if you are just tuning in, you see what I'm dealing with here. If y'all want to support me, feel free to do so. My link is in my bio. For those of y'all who don't know me, hey, I'm Johnny, Democrat from Pennsylvania. I'm an activist. My work surrounds campaigns and administrations from the State House to the White House, whether serving as Governor Josh Shapiro's social media manager or whether, for example, supporting President Biden as regional director. First off, I want to see a massive blue wave of hearts in the comment section. I want to see a massive blue wave of hearts in the comment section. I see Trump bots trying to take on the comment section. Don't let them take the comment section. This is not their space. This is the Democrat space. This is a safe space for Democrats. So spam that comment section with a wave of blue hearts. Any Trump voters in the comment section, they're hiding. Don't let them do that. Don't let them do that. They can join the guest request if they want to speak, or they can be silenced. It's that simple. That comment section should be an endless wave of blue hearts. This week, we're going to be heading down to New York City. Next week, we're going to be heading back to Washington, D.C. We have a few interviews booked with some members of Congress. We have a Congress member from New York. We have Colorado and Ohio. I'm not going to name their names, but you'll see who they are. You're going to be very excited about some of these, I believe. Oh, thank you so much, Zero, for the love. I appreciate it. Y'all, again, if you do want to support me or support that work, support those travels, support the interviews, the articles, feel free to do so. You can make a one-time contribution at the link in my bio. Those funds are used so that I can do this work. Let's get up our next guest. I got a feeling that these Trump voters are going to be crashing out. As they bring up the next ones. I got a feeling that they're going to be very emotional, y'all. But what else would be new? Hey, did you vote for Trump? Okay, next. I just want to point out, does everybody recognize that the Trump voters have no ground to stand on? No ground. Ty, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
How do you? Dang, that's crazy. You couldn't even get past yes. That's wild. All right, y'all, if you're a Trump voter, stop hiding in the comment section. Y'all, it's okay to point and laugh at the Trump voters in the comment section. Like, you can point and laugh at them. Throw them. They're hiding. Hey, did you vote for Trump?
I didn't know.
Okay, bye. Again, it's okay to point and laugh at the Trump voters in the comment section. You can laugh at them. You can throw your hiding, right? You can call. Yes, did you vote for Trump?
I'm actually English.
You vote for Trump?
Yo.
Okay, did you vote for Trump? Do I need to
No.
put on the Trump wig and do I
How
got
much money do you make on TikTok, bro?
Oh my god. Okay. First and foremost, I asked you if you voted for Trump. You need to respond to that question before I speak to you. Yes or no? Did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump? Yes or no?
So how much money do you make on
All right. Bite my fat ass. Let's get up our next guest. All right. What's going on? What is actually going on here, y'all? What is actually going on? Do we understand? Yo, Trumpers. Okay. To every Trumper tuning in, hold on. First off, spam that comment section with a massive wave of blue hearts. Do not stop spamming that comment section. Okay. Sorry, I only said 1K, and I understand that Trumpers prefer them in pairs of 3. So here's the thing. Donald Trump is the worst president in our nation's history. 154 presidential historians ranked him as the worst sitting president in our nation's history. Donald Trump not only was ranked as the worst sitting president in our nation's history, he has the lowest approval rating of any sitting president in the course of a century. Donald Trump has failed America. He hasn't delivered on a single campaign promise. He didn't deliver the so-called infrastructure package he was going to deliver on. He didn't replace the ACA. He didn't build the wall. He's deporting less people right now than Joe Biden was. Make it make sense. Joe Biden was deporting more than, double what Donald Trump is deporting right now? Donald Trump is perpetuating the process of catch and release, which is where you catch an undocumented migrant and release them back into the United States. What are you doing? If you're a Trump voter, all you got out of him was a Medicaid and a Medicare cut. He cut your Medicaid, he cut your Medicare, he cut your food assistance, but you didn't get anything. I mean, even in regards to his character, you voted for nothing more than a twice impeached insurrectionist, convicted felon, sexual abuser. If you voted for Trump, you didn't have a reason to, and you definitely regret your vote. You got to be able to admit that. If you can't admit that, then where are you? You know what I'm saying? Think about this. Think about this. Think about this. If you're a Trump voter, what did you get? But what did you get? What'd you get? I mean, do we also understand the hypocrisy of this? Donald Trump's voters said, we can't vote for Kamala Harris because we think she'll violate the Constitution. Donald Trump has violated 8 amendments or clauses within our Constitution. We can't vote for Kamala and Joe because they aren't doing enough for North Carolina. Okay, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden gave 100% reimbursement to North Carolina. Donald Trump just froze the reimbursement. But they're silent. The Trumpers are silent. They're silent. And that's the thing. And all that they can do, anytime that you let a Trump voter, for example, speak on the matter, all that they do is crash out. They slur, they insult, and then they fucking run away. But they won't tell you why they voted for the fascist, and they won't tell you what they're getting from the fascist. They'll just sit there crying the entire time. Because they have no ground to stand on. Hey, Trash, did you rapist?
What gay rights have you lost?
And right before Pride Month, too, he said, Johnny, hold on, I'm going to come up and be a bigot. He really said, hold on, everybody, pause. He says, I got to come up and quick. Hold on, everybody, he said, guys, just a moment. I got to be a bigot. Really? Okay.
Can't answer the question.
Hashtag bigotry activated. Okay, how old are you?
Simple question.
How old are you? Did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump? The fact you're not answering the question, you're going to get kicked in 3 seconds. Again, did you vote for Trump? Yes or no?
What
3,
gay rights have you
2,
lost?
1. Fat ass. Let's understand. If you're not a simple question as simple as did you vote for Trump, then we got an issue. Okay? If that question is too hard for you to answer, then I know for a fact to answer any of my questions in regard to the data analysis or statistics or policy or anything involving math. Odds are, if you can't answer, did you vote for Trump? You're not going to answer anything else I've got. Okay? That being said, we can talk about the LGBTQ plus community and your far-right extremist fascist agenda undermining their rights, as well as the rights of women, as well as the rights of Black Americans. First, I want to see 1 billion pride flags in that comment section. Thank you so much, Marilyn, for the blooming love. I appreciate it. I want to see 1,000 pride flags in the comment section, especially those who are subscribers. There are stickers. Feel free to use them. So here's the thing. You're saying that Donald Trump undermining the rights of transgender Americans by stripping them of their service and out of the military, all the while he dodged the draft 5 times, isn't a violation of their rights. Saying that Donald Trump repealing President Lyndon B. Johnson's executive order banning segregation in federal facilities for contracts, him revoking that and reinstating segregation, you're saying that's not a violation of human rights. You're saying that Donald Trump, the man who is empowering far-right rhetoric, undermining marriage equality in states like Iowa, isn't undermining human and LGBTQ plus rights. You're saying that Donald Trump, who overturned Roe v. Wade, stripping women of their right to choose, isn't undermining human rights. Okay, so this is what I mean by chosen ignorance. This is what I mean by chosen and willful ignorance. Because there's no way you're numb to this nonsense. There's no way you don't know about it. Okay? Man, these Trump voters. Tell me how Donald Trump violated your... Well, you could also use Google. You could use Google. Did you know that? If you didn't know how Donald Trump violated the rights of women, transgender Americans, LGBTQ plus Americans as a whole, Black Americans, Muslim Americans, you could just look it up on Google. Like, huh? You could just look it up. You know what? F this. I'll look it up for you. I got you. No worries. Okay, you ready? Okay, I'm just going to go through the list. These are a bunch of human rights violations perpetuated by Donald Trump. And the best part is, I'm getting it from Grok, which is Elon Musk's platform. So hopefully the Trump voters trust it, right? Because they don't trust anybody but Elon Musk, which is odd considering he is the very immigrant that they fear. But okay. So Grok says, let's start off with the immigration and asylum restrictions, implemented policies like the 2018 zero tolerance policy leading to family separations at the US-Mexico border, criticized for violating rights to family and unity and child welfare. A 2018 executive action banned migrants from applying for asylum against federal law guaranteeing asylum access. Muslim ban, issued multiple versions of a travel ban 2017 to 2020 targeting Muslim majority countries, criticized for religious discrimination and undermining equal protection. Puerto Rico hurricane response, criticized for inadequate response to Hurricane Maria in 2017 with estimates of up to 4,645 deaths due to delayed aid, seen as violating Puerto Ricans' right to equal treatment. Reduction of human rights reporting, slashed sections of the State's Department's annual human rights report, including those on women's rights, disability, corruption, limiting global human rights oversight. Okay, now let's talk about some LGBTQ plus rights violations as well. The transgender military ban, implemented a ban in 2019 and again in this administration on transgender individuals serving openly in the military, citing discriminatory actions. Rollback of healthcare protections, removed non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ plus people under the Affordable Care Act 2019 to 2020, allowing healthcare providers to deny care based on their beliefs. Transgender student protections reversed, rescinded an Obama-era guidance in 2017, allowing transgender students to use bathrooms. Where are they supposed to go? Support for employment discrimination. The Justice Department from 2017 to 2019 under Donald Trump argued that the Civil Rights Act doesn't protect against discrimination based on sexual orientation, and thus he should be permitted to overturn it. He should be allowed to discriminate based on sexual orientation, he said. Okay. Should I keep going? Should I keep going? There's a lot more. Grok gave a ton here. I can keep going. I can keep going. Opposition to the Equality Act. And we could talk about issued an executive order suggesting that there are only two sexes based on birth assignment, denying legal recognition to transgender and non-binary identities, and mandating sex-segregated facilities. Okay. So that was just a list of a few human rights violations. Also the fact that you were put on a human rights watch list globally, and you lost your status as leader of the free world by the European Union for these unlawful human rights violations. To the Trumpers tuning in, do you recognize that? Like, do you understand the issue there? Do you understand? So for any Trumpers who were like, he never violated human rights, I just gave you a list, and that came right from Elon Musk himself. That was Elon Musk's list. Just saying. You know, I want voters tuning in right now clearly recognize that they're in the wrong because, again, they're not in this. Up hiding. Do we understand it's a Saturday morning? Voters are so in the wrong that they are straight up hiding. It is 12 p.m. Saturday, and you're telling me that there's not a single one on TikTok right now? That's some BS. 1,800 people tuning in, and they're going to try to convince us that they're hiding. Where are they at? Where's the keyboard warriors at? Other than hiding behind their desktop, huh? Where are they at? Waiting. That's what I thought. Okay, I am glad, though. This is a sign, to be clear. This is why Democrats Democrats' approval rating is far higher than that of Republicans. And I hope that we all understand that. They're doing beautifully in Wisconsin, New York, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Look at Nebraska. We are winning mayoral seats. We're winning special election Senate districts. They just flipped one in New York by 80 points. We're winning Supreme Court races. Do we understand that Democrats have the momentum on their side? And these Trumpers just regret their vote. That's the simple truth. These Trumpers regret their vote, clearly, which is why they don't speak on this stuff, which is why they're hiding. They voted and they regret it. And Democrats are delivering. It's that simple. It's that simple. Anyway, Kathy, can we please show some love to Kathy in the chat? That is Kathy with the K. Kathy, thank you so much for the love, as well as Diana. Diana, thank you so much for the love. Said happy Pride to my favorite F-slur from your F-slur friend. Hey, thank you so much, y'all. Happy Pride. Diana, thank you so much. And Kathy, thank you so much. Please show some love to Kathy and Diana in the chat. That is immensely kind. I really appreciate that, y'all. That is so nice. Thank you. A Trump voter just commented, "You are so wrong." Ray, I just invited you up. Come on, big boy. Accept the guest request. All right, Ray. If you don't accept that guest request, then you're conceding that I'm right and you're wrong. Okay. Got it, Ray? Again, I'm giving you an opportunity. Ray, you can either come up here and tell me how I'm wrong by accepting the guest request, or you can concede that you're wrong. You can either convince me I'm wrong by coming up here. Okay, he denied it. Okay, so good. At least you concede that you're in the wrong. Literally making my case. Literally making my case. Hey, did you vote for Trump, yes or no?
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Donald Trump cutting my Medicaid and my Medicare. Thanks, Trump. Anyway, how old are you?
First off, hello. That was
Hello
rude.
there. How old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
40 years old. You should have known better than to vote for Donald Trump. Let's be honest.
Donald Trump just gave the biggest tax cut to us all.
Yeah, to corporations and billionaires.
15%.
You think you got a 15% tax cut?
Yeah, anybody making under 30 or 80,000.
You didn't get a 15% tax cut. Pull the bill.
It's on the big, big, beautiful bill.
I'm looking at the big, big, beautiful bill now. There ain't a tax cut in there. I'm looking for your 15% tax cut. Where is it? Hey, bud. First off, let's understand. You're not going to pivot to no tax on tips. 15% tax cuts where? Where's the tax cut? Okay, pull it right now. Pull it right now. We don't see it. Do I see it? Where is it? Where's the bill?
It's on Fox News, John. I just saw it.
It's on Fox News, John. Okay, also, you know who passed no tax on tips, right?
And they said it.
You know who passed no tax on tips, right?
Who did it? What, the Democratic
Senator,
they didn't even vote for
Jackie Rosen of Nevada passed the bill unanimously. It was Jackie Rosen, a Democrat in Nevada. She passed the bill.
Democrat. All of a sudden, the Democrat came in and saved us all. Yeah, okay. Y'all are just
They literally did. Jackie Rosen, the Democratic senator in Nevada, is the one who delivered on it.
You're losing every day.
We just won In New
No,
York,
you
special
lost.
election, Pennsylvania, special election,
Sorry, but
Wisconsin,
November
Supreme Court,
5th, y'all lost.
North Carolina Supreme Court, Nebraska's mayoral race. Just to confirm, have you won? Like
Sorry,
ever
but
since,
you lost.
since Donald Trump assumed office, can you name one major election that you've won? Oh wait,
November 5th, 2020.
since Donald Trump took office, can you name a single? Just to confirm, he has the lowest approval rating of any sitting president. But anyway, if you could
Most
just confirm,
Republicans do.
can you name
Who
one
cares?
single election you've won since Donald Trump took office? One major election. I'll wait.
You
go
know,
ahead.
show me one.
Okay,
show
so
me
clearly
one
he can't.
presidential candidate.
Clearly he can.
gotten
So anyway,
every
let's
single
get back to the
election more
bill.
votes
You said
than
you were
the
getting a
last.
15% tax cut. Where's the tax cut?
It's in the bill.
Donald
Johnny.
Trump said
Use
that he
those
hates
big,
you.
Beautiful blue eyes.
Donald Trump
and
said
look-
he hates you.
And look in the bill.
Donald
Johnny.
Trump
Use
said he
them
hates
eyes.
you. Do you want to tell us why Donald Trump said he hates you?
He doesn't hate me. He loves me.
He said he hates you. That's why he's not giving you a tax cut.
No, Johnny.
He said he
You're
hates you. He's
misinformed.
not giving you a tax cut.
Johnny, your hatred.
Why does
is
Donald
pure.
Trump hate you so much?
Why do you hate Donald Trump? Tell
Because
me.
Donald Trump hates you, and I want you to be supported. So why does Donald Trump hate you so much?
Johnny, guess
I mean,
what?
he's
I
not
don't
giving
need
you a
your
tax
help.
cut. He's
Johnny,
cutting your
I don't need
Medicaid.
your
He's cutting your
help,
Medicare.
Johnny.
He's cutting your food assistance. He's violating your Constitution.
Johnny, it's because of him you have a job.
It's because of Donald Trump. You have dementia right now. So I just want to. I just want to tap on the matter. Do you understand that Donald Trump hasn't delivered a single thing to benefit you?
You're never going to be like the greats, Johnny.
You're
not going to be them.
I'm sorry. Does the
No.
greats include the
ain't
convicted
gonna
felon
be
serial
Rush Limbaugh.
rapist? Because I'm good
You
then
ain't
not
gonna
being
be
one of the
him.
greats.
You ain't going to be Rush Limbaugh. You ain't going to be Tucker
Rush
Carlson.
Limbaugh. I don't want to be Rush Limbaugh. You know
You
where
ain't
he
gonna
is.
be even Don Lemon. You ain't going to be Don Lemon.
He goes, you ain't gonna be
him.
Rush Limbaugh. I'm good. I'm good with that.
You ain't going to be Don
I'm
Lemon.
good with that. Good
ain't
with
gonna be
that.
Don
Thank you
Lemon.
much. Okay, so anyway, you
You ain't
can't
gonna
name
be
a
Chris
single.
Cuomo.
Just to confirm, you said you got a 15% tax cut, but you can't prove it.
It's in the bill, Johnny. Come on.
I just looked at the
We've
bill.
already
No, it's
been
not.
through this.
I just looked
It's
at
in
the bill.
the
It's
bill
not
that
there.
they just passed.
You have a
Johnny.
1% tax cut.
No, that was for the rich, Johnny. But look in the bill,
1% for
Johnny.
the rich and 15% for you. I strive to be this kind of delusional. Life must be so much easier when you're
Johnny,
this kind
I
of
know
ignorant.
your brain is the
Ju-
size of an acorn.
Just to
and it's going to grow like a
just
drink.
to
We're gonna get it 3
confirm,
times bigger this
just
year.
to confirm,
Okay?
just to
Maybe
confirm,
soon. Maybe soon.
you think you're getting a
Maybe soon your
15%
brain
tax
will
cut.
become bigger, but we don't know
You think
about
you're
that.
getting a 15% tax cut.
I know, Johnny. I
And you
know.
think that the 1% is getting a 1% tax cut?
Wow, Johnny.
This
Hey,
can't be
you know
real.
what?
There's
I
no
may have
way.
an accent. I accept my accent.
Oh, it's not the
You need
accent.
to
Oh
accept
no,
the
it ain't the
fact that your
accent,
hairline
bud.
ain't
It ain't the
straight no more,
accent.
Johnny.
Yeah, it's not the accent. It's the ignorance.
If you're
There's
gonna go
there's an
after my
issue
character
here.
now, I'm
It
gonna
ain't
attack
the
your
accent.
character, Johnny.
It ain't the accent. I hope you recognize that. It's the ignorance.
Johnny,
Okay?
you're going
so
after my
listen,
character,
let's
so
just
I'm gonna go after
understand
you.
something here. You said you got a 15% tax cut, but you can't show me where in the bill it is. You said that Donald Trump passed no tax on tips when he literally didn't. It was a Democratic senator who did. You said that Donald Trump is the most popular president in our nation's history, when in fact he was ranked as the worst-sitting president by 154 presidential historians in our nation's history, and has the lowest approval rating of any sitting president in the course of a century.
Where are you reading that?
Make it
off
make
of?
sense.
ChatGPT?
Anyway, can you just do me a favor here? Because I want to prove
Can
how
you do
little
me
you
a
know.
favor?
I
Can
want to
show
prove how
everybody your
little you know.
hairline?
If you could just do me a favor. I just
Show
want to
your
prove how
hairline.
little
Get
you
that
know.
new hair
I
up.
just want to do something here to prove how little you know. So Donald Trump has violated the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 14th Amendment, and 22nd Amendment. Can you name a
he
single
can
one of those
count.
amendments?
Y'all, he can count.
Yeah, name one of those
numbers.
amendments. Okay, you just said I could count. You know that 1,
Yeah,
2,
you said
5,
numbers.
14, and 22 isn't how you count, right?
Well, I was just, I'm assuming no Democrat knows how to count. So
This
that's
is
why
my
I said
point.
it.
A Trump voter, everybody thought that counting 1, 2, 5, 14, and 22 was counting. Okay,
I
so that's
said
not
you
in
can
order.
count.
That's not
wow,
counting.
that's impressive. Most
quite
don't even know
literally
what,
is not
most Democrats
counting.
don't even know what a number is. So I'm very surprised. Because you guys throw away
This is
money
ignorance
like
at its
nothing.
finest. Without pivoting, can you tell me what the Fifth Amendment is?
The Fifth Amendment is,
Yep.
listen, Johnny.
There's the pivot.
Johnny,
That was a
Johnny.
quick pivot. The Fifth Amendment
Johnny,
is Johnny.
I
Let me.
ain't doing
He
this
goes.
as a
He goes. The
profession.
Fifth
You're
Amendment
on
is
here
Johnny.
because of
Let me
me.
tell you that pivot was
You're
crazy.
on
What's the
here
Fifth
because of
Amendment?
me, so
What's
you're
the Fifth
welcome,
Amendment?
Johnny.
What's the Fifth
You're
Amendment?
welcome.
Y'all, if he can't get this right, you got to give me $5. What's the Fifth Amendment? Go.
Who, I got to give you $5?
Yep. What's the Fifth Amendment? Go.
I ain't going to give you $5.
What's the Fifth
I'll go
Amendment?
get my meal at McDonald's.
Okay, so you don't know what the Fifth Amendment is.
The Fifth Amendment is the one where you keep your mouth shut.
Okay,
because
yeah,
you're
that's actually
losing
not.
right now.
That's actually the opposite.
You're
of the
losing,
Fifth
Johnny.
Amendment. So anyway, do you know what the 22nd Amendment is?
Johnny, just because you're putting out all
Okay,
these
so he doesn't know that one
numbers
either. Do you know what
doesn't
the
mean that you're
14th
right.
Amendment
Just because
is?
you went to your fancy
Do you know what the
university
14th Amendment
don't
is?
mean that
Do you
you're
know what the
smarter than me,
14th
Johnny.
Amendment is?
Yeah, the 14th Amendment was created because of
what?
Because of
Created?
they wanted
Ain't no way.
back in the day because Republicans ended the ownership of people. So they said that those people now can have children so that they can become people of the United States. But guess what? We don't own people no more, so we don't need that amendment anymore. Yeah, don't look at me so
Okay,
stunned.
so
I
you're
know-
saying that the president should be allowed to sign an executive order to unilaterally redefine a constitutional right.
Johnny,
Right, so
that
then what's
right-
stopping? Just to be clear, if you want to set that
right,
precedent,
the
if you want to set
14th
that
Amendment, there's a
precedent,
bunch of things
if
in
you
the
want to
14th
set
Amendment.
that precedent, what is stopping the next president, let's say it's a Democrat, from redefining the Second Amendment? That was written at a time when you only had muskets. That wasn't meant for all of this AK-47 nonsense. So just to confirm, are you saying that they should be allowed to redefine the Second Amendment in 4 years? Yes or no?
First of all, they have.
First of all,
protections
Johnny, I'm
under-
about to say.
First of
he
all,
goes, first of
could
all,
an
Johnny, I'm about to say
American
something
own-
really
could an American
hypocritical, and then
military
Johnny, I'm
weapons?
going to pivot,
Could
and then I'm probably
an
going to
American
slur. He
own
said,
military weapons?
"This guy
That's the
Albert
question.
really just said, Johnny, I'm about to say something really
Could
hypocritical
Americans
about
own
why you should be allowed to
military
violate the
weapons?
14th, but not the Second
Could
Amendment."
Americans
Then, Johnny,
own
I'm going to
military
proceed to
weapons?
crash out, and then
Oh,
I'm going
Johnny,
to
don't
slur
bra-
and run
brass light.
away.
Don't brass light.
Okay, anyway,
Okay.
so just to confirm, can you answer my question or not?
Can I own a military weapon?
Can you answer my question or
Can
not?
I own a military weapon?
Can
Answer my
you
question.
answer my
Because by
question?
Answering my question.
Answer
gets
my
your
question.
question.
Yeah, no, answer my question, peasant.
Excuse me. I probably make more money than you do.
Oh my God, you
and
make
your
more
whole
money than
family
me?
does. So
You
don't
make more
talk
money-
about
probably
money
makes
with
more
me,
money than me.
Johnny.
In Donald Trump's economy, a bag of bread is like $40. Like what?
Oh, but that's because you probably live in California, where everything's expensive.
No,
Yeah, you do. You live in
No.
Cal. You're probably from California.
I'm probably
you look
from
like a
California.
Yeah, you
Oh.
look like someone from California. Your ID.
Okay.
You look like you're
Okay,
best
so you make
friends
money.
with
You say you
Kamala
make
Harris.
money. You said you make money.
Than you, yeah, probably.
Gotcha. And what do you do?
That's none of your business.
Okay, so you make more. You just can't tell us what you
and
do.
I probably give than you too. Yeah, I do.
You
I know it's a
definitely ain't
tough
got more
pill to
brain
swallow.
cells. You
I
definitely
know
don't
it's a
got
tough
that.
pill to swallow,
So
but
just-
more people than they
Just,
watch
I mean,
Johnny.
it should be easy for you swallowing all this BS for years. So I'm just statistics and data analysis, but you, on the other hand,
Sorry,
can't
last
seem
time
to mind
choking
straight for more
over
than
Joe
7
Biden.
Dory. So
Sorry,
anywho,
last time I
y'all,
checked,
if you
know,
support me
Joe
though,
Biden,
he's
he
getting
was
triggered
capable. Now
by it.
he's 12 cancer.
He just said stage 12. Okay. Clearly, this guy's got an issue in more than one way. If y'all want to support me, though, feel free to do so. Link in my bio. I don't know why he's getting so triggered. Shh, quiet. It's quiet time for Albert now. You're in timeout. Here, Albert. I'll get you a friend. There you go, Albert. Do you feel more comfortable now?
Yes. Can I ask you one question?
Okay.
What's with all you Democrats?
Shh. No. Quiet time. It's for Albert. Shh, Albert. Shh, quiet time. Okay. Okay, Albert. Quiet time. You're in timeout. Albert's quiet. Albert's quiet. No more speaking for Albert. It's time to shut your mouth and close your face. What you've said makes you a disgrace. Shh.
Song?
Shh.
I'm popular.
Albert. Shh.
I'm
Albert.
popular. You're just
Albert,
jealous.
we're
I'm
going to set a
popular.
timer. Albert, you're in 30 seconds of timeout. Quiet. Shh. Okay. I know I only said 1K and you prefer them in pairs of 3, but nonetheless, you need to shh. You got 20 more seconds in timeout, okay? Fucking trash. Tuesday, because apparently the trash came early. Kita, thank you so much for the love. So thank you for always putting these cowards in their place every day. Hey, I'm happy to. I'm happy to. This is some crazy work, y'all. This is insanity at best, treason at worst. Can we get some dumpster and dirt emojis in the trash? Let's put those trash, dirt, and in the chat, please. Okay, Albert, you can unmute now.
Free at last. I'm free at last. Okay, what's your question? What do you want to get to know about the great Albert? Yeah, that's right. I call myself great because I know my self-worth.
I'm just curious. Is the family tree a wreath?
What's that supposed to mean?
Did I hesitate?
Is that a weave that you got on your head, or is that your real hair?
Oh my gosh, I'm Italian. Use context clues. The same thing in which you couldn't use for the Supreme Court. But I just wanted to. My hat was off just before. Now I put it on because it's a frizzy day.
Reveal the hairline. If you're going
give me
to
$200 right now, and I'll do it.
Reveal your hairline.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, but listen, I don't know why you're getting so mad and trying to insult me simply because your family tree is a wreath. But I don't.
At least I have a hairline, and it's not receding.
Give me $200 right now, and I'll throw my hair back. I'll show you everything. I'm Italian. You think I'm hiding something?
Sweetheart,
$200 right now. I think you think I'm going to do things for free for you. Listen, it's not the first time I've had a grown man, specifically a Trump voting grown man, try to ask me to do things for him. I'm more than happy to, but you could simply drop $200 and then I'll do it. I think you think I'm going to do things for free. That's not how life works. Okay. All right. My Venmo's in my bio. Also, sweetheart is kind of weird.
Well, sweetheart, because I'm here, you have an audience, so you're welcome.
My viewership has gone down
if
200
Donald
people
Trump
since you
didn't
joined.
win, you wouldn't
Excuse
be.
you. My viewership has gone down 200 people since you joined. You know,
Johnny, kick me out.
You seem to have an ego.
Kick me out, Johnny.
Have an ego
Prove
problem.
everybody wrong.
He said, "Kick me out, just like my wife." Okay, calm down. Okay. You need to calm down. You're being way too loud and way too emotional.
We left on mutual grounds.
Listen, again, you said you wanted me to show you my hairline, and I'm more than happy to show you my hairline. I want my $200 first. Links in my bio.
Like I said, Johnny,
you're not going to give me the
$200. I can get a lot.
What is up with you Trump voters asking people to do things for you as though they're going to deliver on them without you supporting them financially? Like, again, you're a Trump voter who I owe nothing to. You said you want to see my hairline, and I'm an Italian stallion, so I'm happy to show it for $200. Drop the 200. Go.
No, because you're going to use your Democrat ways and lie and say
my Democrat ways and lie.
Be like,
all right, y'all. Well, if you do want to support me, feel free to do so. My link is in my bio. This is some crazy work,
that's
man.
Why you're scratching yourself so much is because you're nervous. You're like, I don't know if he's going to do it.
I'm scratching myself because I'm nervous.
I don't know if I'm prepared to actually show what I really am underneath.
I quite literally said, if you drop $200 right now, I'll do it. How is that not being
Italian,
prepared?
You said?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm more than happy to show you my hairline. Stop pivoting. Give me
how much
$200 and I'll do it.
So that means
just to confirm, you're not going to drop the 200.
No, I ain't going.
Okay, all right, Albert. Then stop wasting my time, Albert. You said, Johnny, show me your hairline, and I said, okay. You said that you make more money than me. Drop the $200 and get it to Planned Parenthood. You that. You said that you're getting such a big tax break because you're so well, and you won't deliver the $200. What do you think? I'm going to show you my hairline for nothing, Albert? Show us your face. I'll make a deal with you. You turn on your camera, show us your face, and then I'll show you my hairline. Go. Again, I ain't nervous to show my hairline.
Hey, you send me.
It's not like it's nothing anybody's already seen. I'm Italian. We're good.
Yeah.
So just go ahead. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
How much Italian?
Just go ahead.
Turn on my
show the camera.
I don't know how to do it.
Turn on the camera.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, here. I sent you an invite. There you go. I sent you an invite. I sent you an invite to turn on your camera. Turn on your camera. You gotta give the $200. I just sent you an invite. Turn on your camera.
Turn on my Johnny.
Right. Your camera. He goes, John. Turn on my camera, John. Turn on my camera.
Yeah, because you're going to fall for me.
Turn on your camera.
You're going to
turn on your camera. Go ahead, Albert. You're over here judging everybody. Camera. Show us what.
Johnny,
show us what you look like.
Like you come into my life.
All right, Albert. Albert. Dude, first you said you wanted me to show you my hairline, and I said I'm happy to, man. I ain't got anything to hide. Give me $200 and I'll do it. You said you were getting a huge tax cut and that you're a multi-millionaire. I said, give me the $200. You said, nope. I said, I want to give that money to Planned Parenthood, so drop the 200 and then I'll do it. And you said, no. Then I said, okay, fine. Instead of the 200, just turn on your camera and show us your face. And you said, I ain't going to do that either. Okay. Getting here is that not only did you lie about being wealthy, but you're also ugly. Pick your battle. Pick your battle. Dude, it's one thing. My mama taught me that you can be ugly and smart, you can be pretty and dumb, or you could be like the Democrats who are gorgeous and brilliant, but you choose the Republican way of life of being both ugly and ignorant. And it looks like you really doubled down on that ugly ignorance, didn't you? Okay, bye. I'm gonna let you go now. Okay, I'm gonna let you go because you're refusing to turn on the camera, and you're refusing to donate the $200 to Planned Parenthood. So I'm gonna let you go. Goodbye. Goodbye. That's pathetic. The way that Trump voters think that they're just gonna be like, Johnny, take off your hat, Johnny. I want to see what you look like. Like, what are you doing? People have like families and kids and wives and stuff. What are these Trump voters doing? These Trump voters are like going on to 20-something-year-old men's TikToks and asking them to perform for them. They're like, Johnny, show me you. Oh, Johnny, I want you to take your clothes off. Like, what are you guys doing? Literally, they're like, Johnny, I want you to take your clothes off one by one. Dude. That's a different kind of content. You know for a fact that these people are the ones buying those debit cards from Rite Aid and using them to get subscriptions on that other platform. This is some crazy work. Johnny, I want you to slowly take off your clothes. What are you doing? This is some crazy work. Like, crazy work. Anyway, I gotta, honestly, let's be honest. I probably am a dream to these Trump voters, though. Young, gorgeous, intelligent, funny, Italian. Gosh. Hi, Trash. Did you vote for the serial rapist?
Who's that?
Did you vote for the serial rapist? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay, bye. W's for not voting for the serial rapist. I go, give me 200 and I'll do it. And he goes, no. Okay.
Come on, take your hat off, Johnny. We all know.
Oh, drop 200 right now. Drop 200 right now, and I'll take it all off.
Johnny,
go ahead, drop 200 now.
Head off. Stop fooling.
Drop 200
people.
right now. 200.
Stop fooling people.
200
Johnny.
right now.
Take it off right now.
Why is nobody dropping the 200? Drop the 200. Boom, go.
Take the hat off, Johnny.
I'm going to donate it to Planned Parenthood. Drop it.
Your hair is stuck to your hat. Take it off.
Yeah, drop the 200. Let's go.
Take it off, Johnny. Just take it
off.
Drop
the 200.
200 for what?
200. I don't just do things for free, right? Drop the 200. We're going to send it to Planned Parenthood.
You fooling everybody in the chat.
200 right now. 200. You know what? Fine. Now it's $500. Drop the $500 right now. Go.
Your hair is stuck.
Yeah, I bet.
Take it off.
All right, drop the 500 first.
Have no hairline.
$500 first.
Take it off, Johnny.
$500 first.
Take it off.
500 first.
Every day.
$500 first.
Hat on. We want to see it, Johnny.
All right, fine. You know what? If you don't want to show, listen. You don't want to drop the $500. That's fine. Turn on your camera first.
Put your lip gloss in. And,
turn on your camera first. Go ahead.
Now.
You're not going to drop the $500 for Planned Parenthood, then just turn on your camera, and that's payment enough. Turn on your camera. Let's go. Turn on your camera instead. Hey, turn on your camera instead. If you ain't going to drop the $500, turn on your camera. That's more than enough payment. Go ahead. Just to confirm. So you're not going to turn on your camera? You're not going to turn on your camera?
Take it off, Johnny.
Okay, I just sent you an invite. Turn on your camera for us first. Go on.
No, you have no hairline.
Just to confirm. You're not going to turn on your camera?
Your hair is stuck to your hat.
I'm sure it is. Anyway, so you're just not going to turn on your camera first for us?
Every day.
You have two options here. It's up to you. It's up to you.
Every day, Johnny.
I will take off my shirt and everything. All you got to do is either drop the $500 for Planned Parenthood or turn on your camera and show us your face. It's really up to you. Do one or the other first. And they left. My hands are here, so they ran away. Okay, so clearly they didn't like that deal. Clearly they didn't like that deal. The Trumpers don't like it when it becomes a deal. The fact that these Trumpers are... can I just say... Trumpers running around saying, Johnny, do this, do that. Johnny, take off your hat. I want to see that gorgeous hairline. And then I'm like, turn on your camera. The fact that they don't want to do that speaks volumes. Like, Trumpers, if you're not going to turn on your camera and that leads you to legitimately running away from me, then you have no right to be talking about somebody else. Okay? Do we understand that? The blatant hypocrisy of that is insanity. Like, you won't even turn on your camera to the point where you're running away from me. That speaks volume. Okay. All right. If you voted for Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Like, legitimately, that's insanity. That's actually insanity. All right, let's get up this loser. Sup, loser? Did you vote for Trump? Yeah, and you're for Trump?
I'm trash.
Yes, you are. Did you vote for Trump?
bro.
Hey, trash, did you vote for Trump? Trash, did you vote for Trump?
You're trash, bro.
Is it trash day or something? Because apparently the garbage got dumped on our sidewalk. So just to confirm, did you vote for Trump trash? Yes or no?
What do you think?
Did you vote for Trump or not? I mean, it sounds like you probably did.
Take off your hat. Take off your hat.
Yeah, all right. That's what I thought, trash. So why'd you vote for
Hat,
serial
trash.
rapist?
Take off your hat.
Hey, dump day. Why did you vote for the
Take off
convicted
your
felon
hat.
serial rapist? Trashy, I'm more than happy to do whatever after
Take
you
off
respond
your
to my
hat.
question, you garbage can. Will you
Nope, take your
respond
hat
to what
off.
he said?
Take your hat off because you got a weave on,
Turn on
bro.
your camera first.
No. Take off your hat first.
He goes, I go, turn on your camera first. No. You know what's crazy to me? What's crazy to me is you can like, I think Trump voters, quiet, you little trash day. The fact I have now had 3 Trump voters come up here who are obsessed with my hair, and I appreciate that. I do. If you're curious about my hairline, which is totally fine, because I'm, again, Italian, you could easily just scroll back on my page and look far enough, and I have more videos of me just with my hair slicked back with gel. It's not that difficult. Second issue is I think that these Trump voters think I'm going to do that for them for free. That's what's not going to happen here. You could do the work and go find it yourself. Italian, not an issue. Or you could drop the $500 if you think I'm going to do something for you, somebody who I know, and like I don't owe you anything, right? So anyway, you are a dump. You're a dump. You just want to say take it off again. I just told you I'm not doing something for you for free.
Take it off,
so you
trash.
can either turn on your
Take your
camera.
hat off.
Taking my insults now. You're calling me trash when I just called you trash. At least be creative. Come on. Okay, so you can either turn on your camera, show us your face, or drop $500. It's up to you. Which one do you want to do?
Stop muting me,
$500. Which one? $500 for
I'm
the
not
camera.
sending
Which
you
is
shit.
it? Oh,
You sent me
okay. So
money,
you're not
bitch.
going to turn on your camera, and you're not going to drop the $500, but you think I'm going to do something for you instead. Let me teach you about how deals work. You can either have me do what you're asking me to do for you. In the aftermath of you dropping $500 or turning on your camera and showing your face, or you can stop asking me to do things for you. Okay. All right. Buy trash, and the dumpster can is on the way out the door. That's some crazy work. Again, to the Trump voters tuning in, I appreciate these grown men who are double my age coming in here asking me to like take off my hat and are like obsessed with me. Again, if you're a Trump voter and you want, you could drop $500 right now and I'll do it. But I'm not doing something for free, though I owe you something. Make it make sense. We're going to take the $500, we're going to give it to Planned Parenthood, and then I'll do that for you. The issue is that you think something is free. Like, whatever kink you got for me, it ain't free, okay? Like, $500 is $500. That's a lot of healthcare we're going to be providing for women right there. So I'm happy to do whatever it takes for that. Again, money's money, right? But this kink you have for me, you ain't gonna like, right? Just saying. Like, if you're broke and you can't drop the 500, understood, I get that. Then what you should do is turn on your camera like I told you to. But you won't. Like, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. This is some insanity. Insanity. Anyway, I do also want to be clear. Do we all understand that these Trump voters got like a kink or something? Jimmy, thank you so much for the Cooper. I appreciate it. Y'all, do we understand that these guys got like a kink for me? These are men who are like double my age, coming onto my stream, asking me to take like my clothes off and stuff for them. Put it into that context and that perspective. Grown men double my age coming on to a 24-year-old's TikTok and asking him to take their clothes off for him. Huh? Like, in that perspective, Dang. Then I'm definitely asking for money. Like, what? Huh? Anyway, are there any Trump voters here that are here to debate? And clearly they don't like. Here, I'll just help them out. Okay, we're back, everybody. Hello. It's your favorite convicted felon. It's me. It's your Donald Trump. China. We're gonna send y'all to China and Russia. I'll tell you something. It's true. I'll tell you. Clearly, they didn't like Johnny's hair, so now we got this hair instead. I'll tell you something. It's true. It's true. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you. It's China. Okay. Anyway, listen, y'all. Again, if you're a Trump voter and you're here to debate, comment Trump and I'll bring you up. If you're a Trump voter and you're here to debate, comment Trump and I'll bring you up. But if you ain't here to debate, you're getting kicked immediately. Got it? Again, if you're a Trump voter and you're here to debate, let's debate. If you're not going to debate, you're getting kicked ASAP. Because now I'm bored. Now that was 3 Trumpers sundowning right before my eyes, okay? And I want to talk about these constitutional violations because that's what people care about, not your kink for a 24-year-old, okay? So again, if you're a Trump voter, join the guest request and we can have a conversation about that. If you ain't going to debate, you're not going to be here for long, okay? All right. Trump or not?
Hi, mate. Hello.
Trump or not?
Trump.
You voted for him?
Yeah, I emigrated
How old are
to
you?
America. I'm 39.
So you're 39, you voted for Trump. Don't you think at the age of 40 you ought to know better than to vote for the twice impeached insurrectionist, serial rapist, and convicted felon?
Well, can I tell you why I voted for him?
No, I don't really care. How about we talk about the Constitution instead? What's the Fifth Amendment?
Why don't you want to ask it? Why don't you want to answer?
Because I don't care about the personal opinion of somebody who's empowering blatant fascism. Hey, Jimmy, thank you so much for the future encounter. I appreciate that, man. Can you just respond to what he said?
Why would you support him? It says it behind your head.
Dude, I just asked you a question. Do you know what the Fifth Amendment is, yes or no?
Is your wig on too tight? Can you not remember?
Sorry, here.
No, not that wig. The one on your head.
Oh, not sorry. Okay. Yeah, anyway. Do you know what the Fifth Amendment is, yes or no?
No. Yes.
Okay. See, you could just say no. The way that these Trump voters work is ask them to answer something that's a very simple question, like do you know what the amendment is. They pivot into insults and BS. That's so.
You're
I mean,
not answering
God.
the question.
All right, so you said the Fifth Amendment is.
I'm not originally from America.
I don't care.
Well, I don't.
You're voting.
Freedom of speech.
If you're voting for people like Donald Trump, ask you about simple things.
I was going to tell you why.
Say the response to me, Fifth Amendment, and your response from America.
I live in America.
Okay,
now.
Your response. Just to confirm, me asking you about the Fifth Amendment, something Donald Trump has violated, and your response being Johnny, or Johnny, I wasn't born here. That's a cop out. That's you. That's you thinking that you deserve some special treatment for voting for a fascist.
Why are you lying?
You quite literally just said, Johnny, I'm going to pivot.
No, I didn't.
Great. What's the Fifth Amendment? Go.
I said I don't know what the Fifth Amendment is. That's what I said.
Yeah, but you didn't do that, right? First you insulted me. Then when I repeated the question, you said, Johnny, I wasn't born there. I don't know.
I insulted you after you insulted me.
I didn't insult you once.
Yeah, you insulted.
What did I say? How did I
These
insult
Trump
you?
supporters don't know the Fifth Amendment. And
that's an insult? Hold on. He just said, Johnny, you insulted me by saying Trump voters don't have the Fifth Amendment. You're a Trump voter and you just said you don't know the Fifth Amendment. So that's not an insult. That's the truth.
Now you should be asking me why I support him.
You just said to me, insulted me by saying that I don't know the Fifth Amendment. And then I asked you what is the Fifth Amendment and you said you don't know. So that's not an insult. That was the truth.
So there's people in the chat.
Just to confirm, you understand that that's not an insult. That would make it the truth, right? Excuse you. You understand that that wouldn't be an insult, then that would be the truth. I'm going to repeat this again. Think. You quite literally just... Quiet. Shut your mouth. You just said, Johnny, you insulted me by saying that Trump... the Fifth Amendment is. You are a Trump voter and you don't know what the Fifth Amendment is. That's not an insult then. That is the truth. You understand that, right?
I took it as
you took it as an insult, but that's literally what you are.
Yeah, but what you are is a gay guy.
You called me Italian! Oh my God, that's an insult!
I didn't say you was
Johnny! Johnny, you called me!
I didn't say you was an Italian.
Johnny, can we send this to Johnny? Johnny, you said an Italian! Oh my God!
This is Biden supporters, guys.
Johnny, you said, Johnny, I can't believe you
Hang
said
your head.
that. Crying, dude. Keep crying.
Take your contact lenses
You
out.
don't know what the Fifth
Take your
Amendment is, and you
contact
got
lenses
mad
out.
that I called you out on it. Do
Take
you know
your
any of
contact
the
lenses
amendments?
out.
Do you know what
You
any
don't
of the
have
amendments
blue
are?
eyes.
Do you know what any of the amendments are?
Trying to
Yes or
be,
no? All right. Do you know what any of the amendments are? Yes or no? You got mad because I said that Trump voters don't know what the Fifth Amendment is. You are a Trump voter. You said you don't know what the Fifth Amendment is. So now I'm going to ask you, do you know what any of the amendments are?
Take your contact lenses out.
Okay, so you don't know what any is that, right?
I do. But your
Can you
contact
name one?
lenses are burning your
Well, the way
eyeballs.
that these Trumpers keep pivoting into this BS of like, let me try to find a way to like pick
I'm
apart
down
Johnny.
for asking.
So
I'm
odd.
down for talking to you.
Dude,
But you don't want to
name one amendment.
You
The
answer one of my
pivot here
questions.
and the deflection is
Okay.
crazy work.
Okay, I will.
Name
If I
one.
do,
Go
answer
ahead.
my
Name
question.
one. Name one.
Freedom of speech.
Okay, and which is that?
I don't know.
Oh my fucking god! Get out of my live stream. That's crazy work. Freedom of speech. And which amendment is it? I don't know. Okay, bye. Toodles. Yeah, next time I say that Trump voters are ignorant because they don't know the constitutional rights and amendments, don't get mad at me for saying that when you're living evidence that that is the truth. Oh my god. Like, you literally are a Trump voter who does not know what the amendments are, and you got mad at me for saying that Trump voters don't know what the amendments are. Get out. Like, what? What? He goes, Johnny. Oh my god, that was crazy work, y'all. That was crazy work. Am I getting like bottom of the barrel scraps today? What's going on? Whoa, Amber, what the fudge? Amber, first off, Amber, I said 500. That's some crazy work. Amber, what the fudge? Amber, what the fudge? Amber, that's crazy work. That's some crazy work right there, Amber. Just dropped $75, y'all. Amber just dropped $75. That's some crazy work. But I'm going to send this back to you because this was $500 from a Trump voter, and I'm not taking $75 from a Democrat to do something that a Trump voter is telling me to do. I have more integrity than that and more respect for myself than that. Again, if a Trump voter wants to drop $500, I will slick my hair back with gel as I did just last week at the state capitol. Happy to do that after a Trump voter drops $500. As far as a Democrat dropping $75, that is not the deal, but I do appreciate it. Or Amber, can you just decline this actually? Like, I think you can just drop it, right? Hi.
I thought you could use a friendly for a second.
Oh my gosh, I'm literally dealing. Mishi, let me tell you something. The amount of Trump voters, they keep coming up and doing like one of two things. And it all started with one Trump voter coming in here and getting mad at me for talking about the Constitution because he says that Donald Trump should be permitted to violate the Constitution. So I said, can you describe a constitutional right? And then he was like, take your hat off. I want to see your hair. And I was like, okay. I'm like, first, it's for free. So like drop $500 and I'll do it. And he was like, no. And I said, okay, turn on your camera then and I'll do it. And he said, no. And I said, I'm not going to do something for free. Mind you, if anybody really wants to, like, I'm Italian. I'm not like nervous about my hairline. That's not the issue. It's the integrity that I have for myself that I'm not going to do something for free. That's not going to happen. So like, if you're a Trump voter, you could just scroll back on my page and you'll see my hair slicked back with gel. This isn't like something I'm nervous about. But for the Trump voters then, okay, they're legitimately, then three more come up, and one was like, take out your contact lenses, Johnny. Take off the hat. Johnny, take off the shirt. I'm like, dude, what is it? These are Trump voters, double my age, wives and children coming up here to a 24-year-old's TikTok and asking him to take his clothes off. Like, can we understand the context of this?
It's an ish.
Like,
I think
it's weird.
That's really weird.
Right.
That's really weird.
Also, Amber Stevens, are you here? Is Amber here? Amber, can you cancel this? Because
that was really nice.
That was really nice. That was like really nice. I have more self-respect for myself. Again, the deal is if a Trump voter wants to drop $500 right now or show their face, very simple request. It's either you claim you're rich and you got these tax cuts, drop the $500. We're going to give it to Planned Parenthood. Or you can show your face on camera, which you won't do. So clearly you're not rich, you're broke like me. And unlike me, you're ugly. So like, who are you to judge? Like,
I think I've been watching videos of like these women like, yes, Planned Parenthood's closed. And I'm like you do know that they also do like cancer screenings and stuff too, right?
well, they have no idea. They have no idea. I don't think Amber's here. I don't see Amber writing anything.
Well, maybe Amber just wants you to have it.
But that's really kind, but I don't want to just like take somebody's, because $75 is a crazy amount of money. That's like a lot of money.
Well, what was that for?
That was to do the hair thing. And I'm like, well, first off, I'm not taking money from a Democrat to do something that a Republican is asking me to do. I have more integrity than that. Two, the deal was $500 from a Republican, like a Trumper, not $75 from a Democrat to do what the Republicans are asking me to do. Like, I got more respect for myself than that. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I got
So
you.
I'm like, either the Republican can drop
that.
the $500 or simply show their face instead of hiding, which is what I want. And then I'll do what they want me to do. It's like,
You would twerk for that though.
I
I'm
would
sure.
twerk for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I also don't understand this creepy obsession. It's like they do the same thing with all like Dean too. It's like they're like, show us your hair. I'm like, first off, my hair slicked back. I'm like, this isn't that hard for you to look up. If you really wanted to, you could just look it up. It's not like and like
I've
use
never
context
had any
clues.
requests.
The
I've
same
never had
way.
requests. So I think that's more about
It's a young man thing. It's that they want to watch young men do things for them. That's weird. That's why I'm saying it's going to be 500 from a Trump voter. They're not just going to sit there. You know what I mean? It's a trying to get you to not have integrity or respect for yourself. You're a young man. Let me ask you to do things for me because they got a kink for it type of thing. It's weird. It's weird,
Especially
which
if
is why
their
I'm saying you're
camera's
going to pay me for that, and we're going to give that money to Planned Parenthood. Like,
especially if their camera's off. Like there's like a little
right. That's why I'm also saying like turn on your camera instead of the 500 then and do that. And they're like, no. And I'm like, right, because you don't want to show your face because you know what you're doing is really creepy. It's like a power thing. It's so gross.
If you have MAGA in here, I have a serious question for them, and I'm sure you've asked it already. Like, why do they continue to believe him? Right? Like he said when he became president, he was going to help North Carolina out, and then he said, no, we're not going to give you any money, right? He said that he wasn't going to cut Medicaid, and he did. Right?
Yep.
So all the things that day one, I'm going to sign an executive order that brings down your prices. Did I miss that one, Johnny? And all the executive orders, did I miss it?
Well, let's understand the blatant hypocrisy here. I mean, I remember and specifically wanted to touch on the North Carolina situation. Trump voters made a huge deal when President Biden gave 100% reimbursement to North Carolina on all damages. And they said that wasn't enough, that reimbursing all the damage wasn't enough. Donald Trump froze the FEMA funding that would have been allocated to North Carolina and refuses to extend it. And they're silent? Okay,
Yeah,
so you
Biden
didn't care about
extended
North
it.
Carolina.
Biden extended it as well. I mean, that's
Right.
the thing. He gave him 100%, extended it. Trump gets in and says Biden didn't do anything for them. So
Right,
Biden
and then does nothing.
And then does nothing. So logic, because they're the party of common sense. If Biden did nothing and now you're doing nothing, like it makes no sense to me. So what else did he promise?
Right.
I mean, the war, that's fine.
Well, I mean, do we have any Trump voters in here? Like, to the Trump voters in here, you do admit that you were wrong, right? That Joe Biden was the greatest president in our generation, that Joe Biden delivered on North Carolina. Like, the Republicans tuning in, you guys do agree with that now, right? They agree? Good, I'm glad. Yeah, I see some yeses. I'm glad that the Trump voters agree with that now. So thank you for admitting that Joe Biden delivered on North Carolina and was the greatest president in our generation. I'm glad. And here comes the Trumpers out of the woodwork. Great. I'm going to start inviting up the Trumpers from the comment section who are saying that they don't agree with that. If you don't agree, join the guest request. What?
You could drop me if you want to, too.
I know you could chill if you're here. Like,
But, you know, I'm just taking you off the hook. But they like when women speak out against politics. So that usually.
Well, I mean, if you're not here, I need a trusted adult at this point. With these Trump voters, because they seem to get their something, and it's weird. Hi, did you vote for Trump? Yes or no?
Yes.
How old are you?
25.
25, and you voted for the twice impeached insurrection and convicted felon. Because his morals matched, or was it like a value thing?
Nope, it was mainly you're a faggot, and so is too. Nigger faggot.
I am. I don't. I'm pretty sure those slurs, but you know.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, voters tuning in. That's you. Like to the Trump in, that's you, and that's why you just lost in Nebraska. That's why you lost in New York. That's why you lost in Pennsylvania. That's why you lost in Wisconsin. It's because Mishi and I were just explaining how you're violating the Constitution, you're violating checks and balances, you're violating Medicaid, Medicare, food assistance, you're undermining the rights of North Carolinians, you're stripping away from our access to federal programs, and your response was to be a bigot? Okay, so you did just vote based off of racism, sexism, phobia, transphobia, Islamophobia, xenophobia, just your bigotry. You're just a bigot. And I want to make that clear. So, like to the Trump voters tuning in, please understand that when people call you a bigot, that shouldn't hurt your feelings because that's what you are. Like if you still stand with Donald Trump, I've done, by the way, did you know, Misha, I did the statistics and the data analysis on this. There is approximately a 33% chance that if a Trump voter comes into the stream, a slur will take place. Now, this is categorized as not by generational slurs, but legitimate, undebatable slurs. So, for example, those two slurs right there, not generational. Those were legitimate slurs. Quite literally, like there's a 34% chance that it will end with one of those slurs coming out of it. You have a 1/3 chance, that if you're talking to a Trump voter on TikTok, it's going to end with you getting slurred at. That's crazy.
Well, and I would say another third wants to say it but doesn't. And then there's probably the third that not so much, but you know, it's still high numbers for you guys. High numbers.
33% chance that it ends with you slurring is actually insanity. Like that third, if you have 3 Trumpers, one of them is going to sit there slurring at you. Like that's insanity. That's actually disgusting. Do you know what it was for Democrats when I did the data analysis on that? None. And then if you do categorize generational slurs for Republicans, it goes up to 51%. And for Democrats, it's 0.002%.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they
I
don't
love
know.
data analysis.
Oh my gosh. So a generational slur is like when they use the word like Oriental, right?
Like a generational slur would be something that is a slur now, but if somebody said it and they were thinking of like the 80s definition of a matter, for example, because things in the 80s that were slurs.
Like R word?
R word, that would be considered, for example, a slur. That is a slur. But at the time, decades and decades ago, that wasn't a slur. It obviously is an insult, but like that wasn't a textbook slur. Now it is a slur because it is a slur.
Yeah.
And that would be, for example, categorized into it. And so when you toss that into the mix, it goes from 33% to 51% for Republicans, a chance that they're going to slur at you.
Ooh, I have a question for them too, because have you seen the videos that they're circulating about the YT Pride song?
Jesus Christ.
You have to go. I'll send you the video.
Oh
I sent it to you. I think I sent it to you, but they have all these videos, and I just want to know, what are you proud of specifically?
They're proud to be a bigot.
I sent you the video. It's alarm. I went down the rabbit hole of their videos, and again, your people.
I'm gonna have to take a look at this. Oh my god.
No, yeah, it's. I have a helmet on in the video.
What's especially crazy is the amount of we're on the cusp of Pride Month, and the fact that they're doubling down on specifically homophobic rhetoric. Oh, I'm getting ready for a busy month, y'all. I wasn't on TikTok for I didn't do live streams or anything like that last Pride. Fact, because how many we don't really have a lot of gay men in the space. There's just not a lot of gay men in the space like that. I can think of a few. So I'm for the transgender Americans and the LGBTQ plus Americans as a whole who are in this space, it's going to be a disgusting month on this platform. It is going to be full of absolutely disgraceful transphobic, homophobic rhetoric being perpetuated on this platform. Hey, African Knight. Good to see you. All right, y'all. We're gonna have to
Get my charger.
we're gonna get up
Yeah,
our next
no,
guest.
you're totally gonna have that. But I just don't understand why they still trust him when he lies to them all the time.
Because they're not voting based off of policy or statistics or data analysis. They're just bigots. They're just bigots.
No.
Do it.
No.
I'm literally I'm failing here. I need you.
Okay, but that go start.
Yeah, do it. Fight me.
Only
Who would win in a fist fight? You.
You and I?
Yeah.
God, you would win. I'm not strong.
Me? I don't know how to punch.
I don't either. I
Oh.
don't know how to punch. You
It
think
would
I
just be
look like I know how to punch?
Yes.
Oh, I've never been in any kind of fight like that.
Really?
No, the only time was like in middle school, and this one
Mm.
girl, they made me like go behind the church, like the entire middle school, like pushed me behind this church, and they circled around. And this girl named Gina, like she was like, she was ready to. She used to give me notes with blood spit in it. And my mother shows up
What?
because, oh yeah, I told her, I go, this girl after school, and everyone's forcing me to go, and circled around, and this Gina girl's like smoking a cig, and I'm just sitting there, standing there, and then like the crowd opens, and my mom comes like walking through, and she's like, "All right, we gotta go, Mish," and they're all looking at me, and girls smoking, and my mom goes, "Oh, honey, if you're gonna smoke, at least learn how to inhale." So it's really funny. But it was terrifying. I'm not a fighter.
I kid you not. I can't punch. So like I relate to you on that. I got some good old fashioned strategy. Okay, it's called charm them. Ain't ever listen. All you got to do, especially if it's like a Trump supporter, 50-year-old man, is just instead of punching, just go, and they'll collapse and faint because you know.
There you go. Someone said they would punch for you. That's better.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Gina definitely voted for Trump. I can tell you that.
Oh boy. Oh, Gina. Alrighty. I'm gonna.
I bought her an ice cream a couple months later. I did like I pulled what you did. She was sad one day at the lunch table, and I went and brought her an ice cream sandwich.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
Choose kindness.
And we were better after that because yeah.
Yeah, this one time. Never mind. Okay.
All right. No, none of them want to come up. Someone's here. Okay. Shush. I'll be quiet.
We only got like friendlies now, I think, because all the Trump voters are hiding. So.
Why? Isn't there things to be proud of?
No, they don't have anything to be proud of. What are they going to talk about? Donald Trump's convicted felonies or his sexual abuse? Like, what do they got?
His big, beautiful bill. I mean, they should be really proud of that. Did you read the part in it that basically allows him to ignore the courts and they can't hold him in contempt?
Of course. Of course.
Hey, Johnny.
Hi.
Hi. I don't know how I got up here.
Oh. I don't know how I got here either. It
I
kind of
am
just
a
happened.
friendly.
Have a good one, okay?
You too, thanks.
Like you would bring up the guy who has grape-sized schmick in his thing. The big, beautiful bill where Donald Trump can ignore the courts and there's nothing they can do to stop him.
Literally. Hey, did you vote for Trump?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
27.
So were you just going to sit in silence or were you going to say something? Was there like a reason you're not speaking?
I mean, it's your panel. I was just waiting for you. I mean, I was being polite.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was trying to be courteous and let you speak because anytime that I go to speak, you Trump voters are like, you're cutting me off. Did you want to say anything about why you voted for the convicted felon or?
Oh, yeah. Like the
Trash. The disrespect.
At this point, I don't even know. I mean, I actually talked to somebody who voted for him the other day, and they totally regret their vote because they're an intelligent person. They were like, okay, I mean, I thought he'd be kind of like he was, and I get a tax break, but like I didn't vote for this.
Oh,
Like-
to be clear, I did an IP backtrack on it. There was like, I kid you not, I'm looking at my screen. There was a very high chance he was about to slur. So that's why he was out. Like, just to be clear. It was like a almost definitive chance he was about to slur. So that is why we ended that there. He's already been up on my system apparently like multiple times, and it shows that he's been kicked very quickly. Like literally I have it listed 5 times, and it literally shows like a quick kick. So like odds are he was about to slur. Yeah. Anyway.
love that. Thank you. That video is really hilarious. It's one of my favorites.
Have you ever met a smart Trump voter? I'm talking like a Trumpy dumpy. We're talking the ones who are like, yeah, Donald Trump is violating my constitutional rights. Like I'm talking those dumpy ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Like MAGA.
Yeah, like the MAGA.
No, I've not yet. I've yet to meet a smart MAGA. Yeah. I've met smart Trump voters, but not smart. And usually they just vote for in their wallet and best interest of their wallet. They don't care about Planned Parenthood and stuff. You know?
Yeah. Hey, did you vote for Trump?
No, actually, I am just.
Are you doing anything fun this weekend?
Not too much. Just kind of preparing. I got to head back to DC in a little over a week, and next week I'm going to have to head to NYC. Got a few interviews. I'm going to be meeting with Congress. Oh, I almost said their names. I don't want to do that. I want to say their names. But I'll be meeting with a few more Congress members to kind of discuss the policy and what's going on with the regime. And in New York, I'm going to visit a few campaign offices, meet some voters and some volunteers and stuff, and do all the things. What about you?
I know I missed you. We overlapped, but I didn't go into DC because it was hot that day. I didn't want to.
It was disgusting.
It was so swampy that I just was not having it. Nothing. I have to go buy. I'm going to buy a new iPhone because apparently the prices are going to go up. So I might as well do it now. Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because they're gonna make sure that Apple's not going to build in the U.S. So there'll be a 25% tariff for the American people. And if they do build in the U.S., it'll be more expensive than the 25% tariff.
Right.
So
something
phone now.
I mean, these Trump voters got to understand that their costs have only gone up and will continue to go up under Donald Trump's regime. Like they got to understand this by now, right?
No, but he promised day one he was going to bring down the cost.
He'll lower the cost, right? Where?
Well, he promised to drill. He's not drilling. He is selling us out to Saudi, though, which isn't really America first.
You know, the fact that Donald Trump wants to fly a Qatari private jet as Air Force One when he ran on an America-made agenda. So you're saying America-made agenda. And yet you're going to fly, and the first thing that people will see when you land is a foreign jet.
Well, not just that, but he's allowing them to have, rigs and control some of our energy sector. I mean, and who funds, by the way, Shmushmosh?
I was talking to Congressman Moskowitz about this last week, and he brought up the same exact point. It was like they're literally funders of. I'm like, yeah,
and he's like this next to him.
Oh yeah,
because I mean, literally, can you imagine if Joe Biden was standing next to somebody who had unalived soldiers, who had unalived American soldiers? And you're standing next to him with the big cheesy grin and saluting him. I mean, can you imagine if Joe Biden had done that?
Hi, Grumpy Grandpa. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
You know, Grumpy. You know Trump is God. You can't get any better than Trump. Why do you come on here day after day and belittle him? He's our prince, our God, our savior.
Is he joking? Please tell me he's joking.
No, he's not.
Oh, I thought it was satire.
No, I looked at his page. Yeah, full Trumper. So why do you support him?
Why do I support him? Why wouldn't anybody support him? Make this country great. How many countries go and give you $1 million plane? That proves right there that you get any better than Trump.
One that's giving you weapons and access to United States oil fields, like that one.
Oh, come on. You're just belittling our favorite president, the greatest president in U.S. history. How can you?
154 historians ranked him as the lowest approval rating over the years.
Well, you can't believe it. You gotta believe what I'm telling you. The truth.
Oh.
Okay. Did he not say he could move on a married woman like a bee?
Well, what's wrong with that?
Oh.
You're joking. He can't be real.
I can't keep this up, Johnny.
You got her though. You got Mishi.
Oh,
you had
know I
Mishi
did.
convinced for a while.
Well, no, it just felt too. I mean, I actually talked to somebody. Her name was Chrissy the other day for like 2 hours, and she was saying that stuff. That she was saying that.
Yeah, nothing
Johnny.
Grumpy said was wrong. Like these are all things that Trumpers say.
Yeah,
like, this is on par with
Johnny.
what they say. Uh-huh.
I heard a report. I don't know if it's true or not. That they didn't actually give him that plane. That we bought that damn plane from them.
Now, from what I understand, the issue at hand is this. Donald Trump accepted the Boeing 7-8 luxury liner from Qatar's royal family. The issue in regards to the emoluments clause is that after 4 years of it being in the ownership of the Department of Defense, that he'll transfer it into the cooperative ownership of the Trump Organization and Trump Presidential Library, to which he could use it in his personal capacity and fly it around until his presidential library is built. That's the violation of the emoluments clause, as you have to receive approval from Congress for that. The second issue is that taxpayers are going to be spending well over the $400 million that the plane is worth to get it to FAA standards, because as of right now, it's not. So he is saying, well, I'll just do that and use taxpayers' dime of more than $400 million than what it's worth to get it to FAA standards, because the original plane that he was going to have, that's an American-made Boeing 747, that plane was allegedly taking too long in his belief. So
I got Jackie in your comments too. I was surprised you played along with me.
Dude, I noticed the second that I saw you say Trump is the or whatever in the chat, I was like, oh, okay, got it, understood the mission. And for a fact that Trump voters who are listening in right now were sitting at home going, yeah, he's right, wow! Like, you just know that those Trumpers tuning in were like, he's right.
It would have been great if they gave him a bunch of coins. I would have.
Literally. All right, Grumpy
If
man.
I would have kept it up, I'm sure they would have.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for coming up, and thank you for the laugh.
But I did hear a news report. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember who it was that said that actually Trump sent somebody over there to find a plane. That in reality they did not give us the plane. That we're buying that damn plane from them. You might want to check into that.
In the sense of us buying the plane, like, you can make the claim that we're buying the plane because we're going to be using the taxpayers' dime to revamp the plane, which is more than that what the $400 million plane is worth. So, technically, it's an $800 million plane, half of which is going to be on the taxpayers' dime to make the plane FAA standard. Outright buying the plane for the original $400 million, no, we're not doing that. But you can make the case that we're buying the plane because we have to revamp it to meet FAA standard.
Don't you think we can make the claim that people are buying access to the president of the United States right now from foreign countries?
I mean, you heard about the executive branch club, right?
Look at the 200 people that hosted or had, that paid millions of dollars to go and eat with him.
And it's
at the
worse than
golf
that.
course.
Justin's son is one of the largest owners of crypto, and he was being investigated for fraud. And all of a sudden, his charges got dropped, and they stopped investigating under the Trump administration. So, I mean,
Yeah, there's a few people in the chat that heard apparently the same thing that I did, that he sent somebody to find a plane and then say, oh yeah, they gave us this plane, but in reality, we not just the remodifying it, but we actually, according to what I heard, we're actually buying the plane from them, and then on top of that, have to modify it.
I'll have to check it out. You asked for the plane. That wouldn't surprise me. But.
All right, Broseph. I'm gonna let you go. I hope you have a happy Saturday. Okay.
All right, bye, Grumpy. Good one.
Goodbye. I just had to, give you guys a good one,
Yeah,
So-
you can come up on my panel anytime and do that.
All right, will do. Oh, here, just
See
a
you,
second.
Grumpy.
Don't run off yet.
Oh,
Follow
yeah.
you.
Okay, I'm not going anywhere.
Sorry,
hey,
I think one of our mods just did that.
I have a question.
She
for you,
ain't, she
too.
ain't going in.
What
What?
do you think
Sorry,
about
what?
the whole Harvard? What do you think about his whole little Harvard speech the other day about the remedial math classes? That how can you go to Harvard if you don't know that 2 + 2 is 4? Did you see that?
Nope.
I
Nope.
just did a video
Didn't
on
see
that,
that.
too. So he, from the Oval Office, he goes, and now Harvard has a remedial math class because how did you get into Harvard if you can't know that 2 + 2 is 4? And I'm like, boy, you're working hard on discrediting Harvard. So hard. So I did a video on how difficult it is to get into Harvard and what your SAT score would be. And you could only miss 3 out of the 44 questions. You could only miss 3 to get into Harvard. And the questions are a lot harder than 2 + 2 = 5. So I don't know what his ish is with Harvard, other than maybe he didn't get in.
He doesn't like him because his son didn't get in.
Do we know that for a fact?
I mean, I imagine that's what the case is, considering he has a history of holding grudges. Like his son. You mean his son getting denied? Is that what you mean? Like his son getting denied, or Trump having a grudge?
Yeah, no, I mean, I know it has to be personal because he doesn't do anything other than for personal reasons.
Right.
But
yeah, I mean, he's specifically going after them. So
yeah, I mean, there's other schools that had, including Penn, who had. Why isn't he going after Penn?
Hey,
harder. I know, but why isn't
leave us alone?
Because his daughter went there, right?
Hmm.
And so he's got a little soft spot over there because
Also, Trump went to Penn. I don't think he would have student.
I heard he was a really good student.
He was terrible, and they hate him. Elon Musk, not good. Not good.
No, I know that.
Easily buy your way through school.
I have a grad.
Penn grad, that's right.
Ah.
About another Penn grad.
Yeah, she's got a few interviews right now for some Harvard research project. Unfortunately, he cut. I think they had 100 researchers last week because he cut all their NIH funding. You know why he's cutting it? Do you know what the stipulation is besides stuff? This would be interesting for America. Wants audio and video of every protest, including non-students. What's he going to like? Can't be in charge of disciplining their students appropriately. The government has to go into a private university and get video and audio evidence of their students. That's a little government overreachy.
Right. This guy, Grape. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Says, "Let me up." Okay. Beg. I will let you up here. Mishi and I will both mute ourselves for 5 minutes. You can have 5 minutes on the floor, all on your own. Beg. Yeah, been waiting patiently. Great, good for you. Beg. Did I hesitate? I said beg. You're a Trump voter. Beg.
I mean, that's how Trump deals with people. They got to beg and kiss him and love him and stroke him. It's so sad to watch the senators have to like stroke his ego and bring him a golf book and golf. Like, it's people, they got to beg and kiss.
That's what I'm saying. Like, beg.
Ew,
Like-
ew. Did you see the offer?
No.
Oh, Johnny, scroll up.
Why does it always come down to this? Why is it always? I swear it's always these 50-year-old Trump or like men. They like create an anonymous account and they're like, my wife can't find me here. It's not normal.
And then he like basically put in the chat the real reason he wants to come on.
Yeah, right. That's my point. I knew how this was going to end. Very odd. What's your hat say?
Pebble Beach. Food and wine. Pebble Beach.
Did you guys know? Actually, never mind. I shouldn't say that. I don't know where I was going with that. I was going to say an interesting factoid, and then I realized it's probably only interesting to me. So, hey, if you're tuning in, everybody, share the live. If you haven't shared the live, we got like 2,000 people in here right now. Share the live. If you haven't shared the live, I'm going to block you. Negative reinforcement. Woo!
I wonder what all the Trumpers are doing on this Memorial Day weekend.
Hiding. I literally have no normal ops.
Picking up a second job.
Yeah, they don't work.
Huh?
Trumpers don't work.
No.
They don't work. They just complain. Oh my gosh. That is such a pretty gift. What was that? Iridium, what was that? Oh my god, in a whale diving. What just happened? What
Yes,
just
you
happened?
guys.
Oh my
All the
god.
love. All the love
Yo.
for John.
Stop that right now. Stop that right now. It's gonna go right to my thighs. Head.
Johnny deserves
My head.
all
It's
the
gonna go right
love
to
and
my
the
head.
gifts. All the love and the gifts.
Oh my gosh. Pretty gift. Thank you so much. Fudge? What the fudge? Y'all are too nice. Thank you.
Oh, hold on. We got someone in here. Miss Potter. Miss Potter.
Miss Potter, join the guest request. Assuming
We
you're
do
in
not
normal.
support that, by the way.
What's she saying?
It's she's
Texas,
saying
what the fuck right now?
I love it.
Oh my gosh. Stop it. Oh my god. Oh, do you want to hear the grossest thing?
Besides that guy
I wanna-
saying that today.
Besides the guy saying that, yeah. In Donald Trump's economy, like this is actually so bad. So
Another one,
What?
Johnny.
Stop. Oh, you guys are too nice. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all, and you got look at y'all are so nice. Thank y'all.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
guys.
Yeah, that's so nice. So originally, get this. This is my lack of recognition of how bad Trump's like price gouging has become. When I was in DC the other week, I had to get a hotel, right? And the hotel room, it was while the Congress was in session, and the hotel room was like $300.
Crazy.
And that was like the cheapest in the city. That within like an hour span, okay? And so I go, oh, okay, like that's insanity. And so then I had said, like, I guess I'll book this, but maybe when they're not in session, it'll be easier. So next time when we book the interviews, I'll do it when it's not in session. Oh my God. Hotels are insanity. And so I go, let me get an Airbnb. Maybe that's easier. It's not.
No.
Like, it's just everybody's just jacking up their costs?
Well,
it's like
a busy time of year for DC. A lot of people visit DC in the summer. So, I mean, I think it's a little supply and demand there, but.
Yeah. So I'm
Stay
going
on the
from
line, stay in the metro, like stay outside and just take the metro in.
yeah. So I gotta figure something out because I'm gonna be going from how is this working? I'm going from New York City. Wait, I'm going from Philadelphia to New York City,
Yeah.
like a day later to DC. Yeah.
That's a lot. Are you
And that's
driving?
all in
or
the span of like a
public?
week.
Are you doing
A lot of
public
it's probably going to be driving.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you can stay on the metro line outside of DC, you can park your car for free, and just take the metro in the morning. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I'm
I
going to have to
I
figure
almost
something
reached
out.
out to you and told you to come stay in my hotel with me and my husband.
This price is $1,200 for a room.
But it was like an hour train ride from about 45 minutes, and that's kind of long.
Stay in Bethesda. My friend was in Bethesda. Bethesda is even more expensive than DC. Bethesda is like Bethesda's fancy people.
I was in Reston.
Oh, Reston. I don't know where that is, but that sounds cozy.
It is, and there's like a bunch of restaurants and stuff, and you can there's hotels like right off. I'll message you.
I got to figure something out. I got to do this in like the cheapest way possible, because that's like, no matter how many times the Trump voters want to run around saying like DNC really ought to start paying their support. Like the RNC pays their like activists and journalists and stuff. DNC doesn't do that. Like not a dime. And it's sanity. Like I hope that everybody recognizes the RNC does pay their people. The DNC does not. And so when Trumpers run around, the hypocrisy of this is they run, DNC, you're paid by the DNC. Girl, I wish.
Me too.
I wish.
You should be. I mean, especially the hard work that all of you guys do. It's kind of, yeah. I mean, so really, Johnny's just whatever you guys cash app him, like the gifts you give him. That is what allows him to do what he does.
It sucks like that we gotta like it sucks that we gotta do things for the DNC, and these are things that I wanted to talk about, which at a later date, in part because I don't like that people. It's very difficult when you have to rely specifically on public support to be able to do the work. Like the RNC gets that. The DNC does not get that. Even for, I think of like, for example, even when the Democratic National Convention unfolded back in August, right? Yeah. The Democratic National Convention was held. We were all supposed to like get there, right? To give the opportunity. It was like the first time that they ever invited activists and content creators to attend the DNC. And you were there. I was there.
Where we met.
Right. That's where we met. They didn't pay for a thing. Was paid for.
Right.
And it's like
pretzels. We got pretzels.
We got pretzels. They literally gave us pretzels.
And
they
wait,
gave
I
us
think
a
I
pretzel.
nachos one night. Nachos.
Yeah, they didn't pay for a thing, and that was like, I also don't like that because it creates a situation to which, for example, like there's a socioeconomic situation to that, because then when you have individuals who can't afford to go, you miss out on the opportunity, and like then their community misses out on the opportunity. So again, this is where I'm like, the DNC needs to be able to support these creators. And I to be clear, I don't think it's like they're not doing it on purpose thing. I think it's a time is progressing and this is a new industry, and so folks need to recognize that like you got to be able to support these people again, especially like during the DNC when they had folks attend. There is a socioeconomic gap where if you didn't have the ability to be able to fundraise for that or the ability to pay for it yourself, then you weren't getting to go. And I knew many people who had phenomenal representation for the communities who should have been able to go and didn't. So I just think it's a miss on many people.
I agree. And I mean, I think I was so frustrated because everyone's like, oh, you got paid to go there. I was like, nope, I had to pay every Uber. I had to pay my flights. Luckily I got to stay with my daughter, so that was free, but
yeah.
You know. So the Voodoo in the chat who was saying Diddy National Convention, you do know that there's a lot of speculation that Trump's going to pardon him, right? You do know that, right? Right. You do know that he hasn't released the Epstein files. Why haven't they done that? Right? Let's let him do that. I don't care who's on the list. Let's do it. Can we agree on something, huh, Voodoo?
That's some crazy work.
And they found out that his favorite place to go was actually Trump Towers.
Shocker.
That was part of the trial the other day. His assistant said that was the favorite place he liked to stay. They set his room up for his stuff. I got to mute for a second.
I'm just glad that Trump voters finally admit that Donald Trump is the worst president in our nation's history. Okay. Well, I have no ops.
Yeah, there was someone, the goatness was trying to get in, but
He looks ignorant. Here, I'll prove it. Hi, Trash. Did you vote for the serial rapist?
Yes.
Oh, you did that proudly, huh?
Yes, sure did.
What was your favorite? What was your favorite crime you committed? The felony convictions or the grape?
No,
Were you
actually,
like just okay? Thank you. Anyway, but without cutting me off,
take great
right?
issue
Okay.
that-
Anyway, congratulations. Without cutting me off. So just to confirm, are you more thrilled with his felony convictions or the sexual abuse?
the felonies for sure.
Gotcha. You like saw those felonies and you were like, he's just like me.
No, I saw this. Clearly, this guy's got something right going on if the DNC can't handle it.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. And what did the DNC have to do with this conviction?
I take great issue with you guys categorizing retarded as a slur. It's not.
Bite my fat ass and be a bigot somewhere else, okay?
33%.
Yep. Did I not say that there was a statistic 1 in 3 chance, and then it would be 1 in 2 if they categorize the R's? See what my point? Everybody see why I love data analysis? Did I not say, like, literally it's just saying. That's some crazy work, y'all.
Listen,
That is some
there's a-
crazy work.
They love Trump because now it's acceptable, or they believe
think it is.
that they think it's acceptable for them to slur, be outward racists, be loud and YT proud, and we're the oppressed now, according to the Trump administration. We're the oppressed ones, and they love that. They love that.
Let me just make something evidently clear here. To the Trump voters who, for example, that ignoramus who just came up here, and instead of talking about the fact that Donald Trump is freezing aid for North Carolina, instead of talking about the constitutional violations or his Medicaid and Medicare cuts, decided to talk about why he thought the R slur isn't a slur. You are so out of touch with reality. You are so out of touch with what people want to speak on, and you just only know how to be a bigot. You can't discuss, you can't converse, you can't have any dialogue in regards to anything but you being a bigot. People want to talk about why you're cutting Medicaid and Medicare. You want to talk about why you should be allowed to discriminate against transgender Americans. People want to talk about why you are doing away with food assistance. You want to talk about why you think you should be allowed to say the R slur. People want to talk about why you're actively violating the Constitution and supporting Donald Trump, undermining our nation's founding document. You want to talk about why you hate gay people. So I think it's just really, you are schmazzies. Like, that's what you are. If you still stand by Donald Trump, there's a noticeable pattern here, and you are just textbook definition what this country was never supposed to be. You are a failure. You are the epitome of a disgrace and scum on earth. You are quite literally what this nation was never supposed to be. You are the bottom of the barrel scraps that got left behind and yet somehow claimed the microphone. You quite literally are a failure. And if this nation crumbles as we meet this 250th anniversary, to which is the average to which an empire either thrives or dies, it will be because of you. Failures.
I feel like a little that, like, whew, I didn't think there were that many of them.
I gotta say, stuff. Lacey, thank you so much for the love. He said, I wish I could do what you do every day. You're making a difference. Against Trump for who they really are. You know what I will say? First off, Lacey, thank you so much for the love. Second, I wish I have I got to find out a right way to do that. The issue is that my conversation, I hope that people recognize this. The conversations that I have with Trump voters are very different than the ones that I have on here. They slur, they cry, they scream, and they run away. They complain, they bitch, they leave. In person, they don't do that. They get called out left. They're agreeing with you by the end of the conversation, but you can't ask them to film it because they don't want to get filmed embarrassing themselves. So I got to figure out a good way to go about this situation, because I wish that people saw more of those conversations than what they see on here, because this is not it. This is not it. Julie, thank you so much for the love.
Can your mods block Matt, please? He asked if why I haven't been found in a creek face down yet. He's blocked for me. He's got like a big muscle picture. Thank you.
Your average Trump voter. You know,
but I agree. My Trump voting conversations off the app are much more civil. They'll admit to more too. Like when they're not being like on an but they feel, and it's just a one-on-one conversation. They usually will admit that Trump is wrong and that they don't like everything he's doing.
Right. Okay, I think I got to do a live stream restart or something. But first, I got to say some thank yous to folks. Honor, thank you so much for the love, as well as Julie. Thank you so much for the love, y'all. That is beyond kind. I really appreciate it, y'all. Thank you so much for the love. We think are gonna do a restart. Yeah, probably take a few and restart something, because I'm not getting any ops. Like, they're all just hiding, and like the ops that I do have, just, I mean, they look and are dumb. So, you know.
Well, have a good time with that.
Hey, thank you. You know when you could just tell that somebody's ignorant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they say I voted for Trump because
I voted for Trump because he cut my Medicaid. Okay.
because he allows me to use the R word proudly.
Literally, it's insanity. We've had, to be clear, the Trump voters who have come up today have perpetuated the F slur, the N word, the R slur. They've perpetuated transphobic rhetoric, homophobic rhetoric, doubled down on this BS about Donald Trump, suggesting he's a good man who just grapes women. It's very, like, I mean, this is what it is, right? These are who they are. I just hope that folks recognize that this is why they keep losing elections, as they have time and again in Nebraska, New York, in Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, in North Carolina, and so on and so forth. It just keeps happening to them, and this is why. So anyway, we're going to do a restart, probably come back in 5-10 minutes. Bye. Thanks, Mishi, for stopping by. Joe Biden's not doing enough for North Carolina, even though he literally was. Like, what? So weird. So weird. Crickets now, really? Oh, yeah, crickets now. Trump voters can't defend Donald Trump. Like, Trump voters can't defend Donald Trump. They don't know what to say. What are they supposed to say? That they were wrong? They know that they were wrong. They just don't want to admit it. You know, I will say, it used to be that dozens and dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of Trump voters per stream would come up. Now you're lucky if you get even one of them because they're so scared. They're so scared. The fact of the matter is evident. Donald Trump lied to the people, and ignorant people decided to vote for him. They have no reason why they voted for him. They don't know. They don't know why they voted for him. They're not getting anything from him other than, you know, Donald Trump spitting in their face. I swear, Trump voters are walking around like, thank you, Trump, for feeding me dirt. I know you cut my Medicaid and my Medicare, but that's okay because now I can be a bigot. Trump voters literally walking around like, I know that you took away my food assistance, but I don't need food when I got my Lord and Christ Jesus. And now that we're putting Bibles on the desks of students instead of meals, they can eat religion. And like, I'm religious, but these Trump voters are taking it a little too far. These Trump voters out here like, I know that Donald Trump violated our Constitution, but that's okay because, you know, now I can be a bigot. Like, oh my God, Patrick Starr, literally. That's like, dude, these people, these Trumpers are like out of their mind. Mind you, these Trump voters had no issue with voting for Donald Trump when they thought that minorities were on the chopping block. But now that they realize that they too are on the chopping block, now they're regretting their vote. Just saying. Just saying. Are those smart glasses? No, these are just glasses. What do you mean? Smart? How would they be smart? Yeah, the Constitution. The Constitution, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Putting false God above your God is, yeah, literally. I mean, they put Donald Trump over God, right? They claim to support God, and then they also put Donald Trump above God. It's very odd. Very odd. Anyway, can any Trump voter just tell me one reason why they voted for Trump, or no? Are we not able to get there? Like, are we not able to get to that point? We just can't get to why anybody voted for Trump. Okay, if you're a Trump voter and you're in the comment section asking me to do things for you, like join the guest request and then ask your question. Don't just sit there commenting your question. That's not going to work for me. Like, I'm not having a conversation with a fucking ignoramus Trump voter from the comment section. Are you out of your fucking mind? These Trump voters are so out of touch with reality and have no grasp on social awareness that they think I'm going to converse with them from the comments. Really? Like, what? Anyway, hi Trash, did you vote for the serial rapist? Okay. Another scared Trump voter. Man, I swear, these Trump voters have no way to converse. What, are you clutching pearls? Yes, I am. Oh my God. That way when the Trump voters go to like insult, I can grab my pearls and be like, oh my God, stop it. Stop, it's scary. Oh my God. You know, it makes them feel better. Then they think that they cooked. Hi, Trash. Did you vote for the serial rapist? Where you get? Guess we'll never know what he was going to say. Hi, Trash. Did you vote for the serial rapist?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
So why?
You just like stated two of the reasons, honestly.
Because he's a serial rapist?
Mm-hmm.
All right, great conversation. Next. All right, if you're a voter of Donald Trump, join the guest request. These have been some great conversations so far. We have Trump voters coming up and admitting that they support sexual abuse, and Trump voters coming up and admitting that they support bigotry. I mean, anyway, do we all understand, by the way, Donald Trump? Why is Donald Trump refusing to allocate a dime to the people of North Carolina? North Carolina is dealing with the recovery of a hurricane that destroyed their state, and Donald Trump isn't giving them a dime. Where is Donald Trump? Why is he golfing this weekend? Why isn't Donald Trump giving a dime to North Carolina? Where is the federal aid? Where is the support? Why is Dementia Donnie golfing this weekend instead of giving financial support to North Carolina? Where's Dementia Don? Where's Dementia Donnie at? This is some crazy work. You have the state of North Carolina struggling, and Donald Trump isn't giving them a dime in support. I mean, dang, that's crazy work, y'all. You remember during the campaign cycle when Donald Trump was saying that Joe Biden's not doing enough for North Carolina, we're going to give them more money. Why is Donald Trump not giving them a dime then? What happened? Why did he just freeze their federal funding through FEMA? Why'd he do that? Why did Donald Trump do that? Like, genuine question, why? Oh, right, because Trump voters don't care about North Carolina, and they never did. Trump voters don't care about North Carolina, and they never did. Simple truth. The fact of the matter is so simple, y'all. Donald Trump lied to Trump voters, and Trump voters ate it up. And they ate it up. Joe Biden, can we just talk about the fact as well that Joe Biden delivered on aid for North Carolina? Donald Trump didn't. But Trump voters were the ones running around saying that Joe Biden wasn't doing enough, and now that Donald Trump is doing nothing, they just don't seem to care. Very odd. Jay just said BS. Jay, you can either join the guest request and I can educate you that way, or if you just Google, Google is free. You can just look it up, you idiot. Hi, Trash. Did you vote for the serial rapist?
No, I voted for Trump.
Okay, so you voted for the serial rapist.
Hey,
You said you
know
voted
what?
for Trump, right?
I want to fuck you in your ass, motherfucker.
All you Trump voters do. Next. Anyway. Y'all see what I'm talking about? Y'all see what I'm talking about? These Trump voters are like very much not holding back anymore. Very odd. Very weird. Very much not normal. They're so obsessed with you. Oh, I'm aware. For the folks who are like, that's disgusting. I mean, that's just what Donald Trump's supporters are, right? They're just, what is a Trump voter if not somebody to which runs around perpetuating homophobic rhetoric and then says things like that to men who are half their age, right? Like, come on. Literally. Every accusation is a confession. Everything with them is projection. That's what it is. Where'd you get your glasses? These glasses aren't even, there's no prescription. They're fake. Oh my God. Anyway, to all the bots, like I get that there's bots in here and I see the bots. Are there any Trump voters in here? All my Democrats and Kamala supporters, stop commenting just for 1 second. All my Democrats and Kamala supporters, stop commenting just for 1 second. Nobody, if any Democrat or Kamala supporter comments, until I tell you to comment, I'm blocking you immediately. I need this to be silenced for a second. Okay, hold on. Okay, there's a lot of Trump voters in the comment section, and their comments keep getting pushed by Democrats. All the Trump voters and only the Trump voters drop a comment right now. Okay, to these Trump voters, join the guest requests. Stop hiding. Okay, now join the guest requests. Clayton, join the guest request. Okay. All right. All the Democrats and Kamala supporters, you can comment again. To these Trump voters who are hiding, can you guys all point and laugh at them, call them out, throw tomatoes at them? Use those tomato emojis. Point, laugh at them. They're the ones hiding. Call them out. Point, laugh, make fun of them. Y'all, come on. Call them out. Hi, did you vote for the serial rapist?
No, I voted for Trump.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's Biden you speaking of.
What are you talking about? Man, For Republicans, y'all talk a lot about cognitive decline, but you don't seem to recognize who the president is. Okay, anyway, so why'd you vote for the convicted felon, twice impeached serial rapist?
He was twice impeached.
He was twice impeached. Again, are you forgetting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Twice impeached.
I mean, yeah, he was.
Yeah, right. He was. So anyway, why'd you vote for him?
Because look at that bill he passed in the House the other day.
What bill?
This is what I voted for.
What bill?
The big beautiful bill.
Really? And what's in the big beautiful bill?
You got no tax on tips.
No tax on tips passed in the Senate, and it was a Democrat who introduced that, not Donald Trump, and not the big beautiful bill. Do you want to try again?
Well, Kamala want to pass it.
What are you talking about? Can you tell me what was in this bill?
Yeah, okay. So basically, it was no tax on tips, and it gave
no tax on tips was passed in the United States Senate, not the House. And in the United States Senate, it was a Democrat who introduced it.
And the big beautiful bill, we're going to.
Do you understand that? Like what I said about that? Do you understand the no tax on tips situation?
Yes, you're right. That's my.
All right. So now, big beautiful bill that we're talking about that Trump put forth. What's that?
You said what?
The Trump bill. What's that?
So the House bill that was passed it has tax cuts for the middle class.
Really, what's the tax cut?
I think I'm not really sure, but I know it.
Gotcha. It has tax cuts for the middle class. You just
it has tax cuts for the middle class. It has tax cuts.
Just don't know what they are.
It's going to decrease the deficit
by cutting from what? Medicaid, Medicare, and food assistance. How is that a win?
Because we would use that deficit. No, it's not.
Mind you, it cuts and offsets the $4 trillion he adds to the national debt. To be clear, the policy adds $4 trillion to the national debt, of which some, a tiny little speck, is being offset. $0.5 trillion is being cut by cutting Medicaid, Medicare, and food assistance.
Well, okay. Well, it's not true. Come tell you what, the ESSA has been cut, but the things that has been cut are basically the unused spending of the Medicare. And
what are you talking about?
Because sometimes there are contracts and things that we got rid of. Basically,
Donald Trump wants to cut $864 billion out of the Medicaid budget. Do you know what the Medicaid budget is? It's $830 billion. So that's an entirety cut to Medicaid. Are you saying that the entire Medicaid budget is all fraud?
Wait, so you said how much getting cut?
All of it. That's the plan. It would cut all of it.
That basically means no more Medicaid.
Unless they're equating it to that of Medicare and cutting from that program as well. So are you saying that we should just get rid of Medicaid in an entirety, or are you saying that we should cut both Medicaid and Medicare?
I don't think it's that.
Chandra, thank you so much for the DJ glasses.
I think it's time for people to get up off, the government assistance and actually, work
really,
for it.
You're saying that people are on government assistance and they're not working, really?
And work for their
what do you do for work?
I'm a construction worker.
You're a construction worker, really. Okay, so do you want to thank President Joe Biden for the bipartisan, infrastructure package that invested in your industry?
If anything, I'm gonna thank Obama because that's when I started, buddy.
You're gonna thank Obama for what? It was Joe Biden who gave you the bipartisan infrastructure package.
But I've been.
I guess you could thank Obama for giving you Biden, if that's what you mean.
I've been a construction worker for over 10 years, buddy.
Congratulations. What does that have to do with the bipartisan infrastructure package?
So you saying Biden gave me my job, buddy?
Joe Biden gave you the infrastructure package, yeah.
Okay, but that didn't have anything to do with my job, buddy.
It literally did.
It might have had some things to do with that bridge in Baltimore.
You're in construction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so look at that.
My company doesn't take government contracts.
Your company or country? You just said country and company. Is this another situation like Donald Trump with Mattel? The country with Mattel?
It was a misspoken
President
word.
Barbie, Vice President Ken. Anyway, so the policy cuts Medicaid, it cuts Medicare, it cuts food assistance. It doesn't offer tax cuts to the middle or the working class. You could make the case that it supports, for example, a tax on overtime cut, but all that's being offset by the program cuts. So make it make sense. Can you just name one way in which Donald Trump actually benefited the American people?
Yes, because of tax cuts.
Okay, well, we already went through this, and you conceded that that's not true. So let's move on to the Constitution. What's the Fifth Amendment?
Why are you holding up them pearls like an AKA?
So that I can clutch them. Anyway, can you just respond? What's the Fifth Amendment?
You're not an AKA. Put down.
Oh my God, what is the Fifth Amendment?
The Fifth Amendment.
Do 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 do.
Well, I never
Do,
read the
do,
whole
do,
Constitution. What is the Fifth
So you don't know
Amendment?
what the Fifth Amendment is? Do you know what the 14th Amendment is?
Yeah, that the 14th Amendment is
The 14th Amendment, not the 14th Commandment. Oh
yeah,
my
the
God.
14th Amendment is the one that says all people born in
Okay, so let's start there. Donald Trump signed an executive order to unilaterally redefine 14th Amendment without a constitutional convention. This was entirely unconstitutional and not a successful attempt to violate our Constitution. Do you stand by Donald Trump's attempts to redefine the constitutional right to birthright citizenship?
Yes,
Why?
because we having too many of them anchor babies, buddy.
Like
and
Barron?
I think that Barron is an anchor baby, buddy.
Describe what an anchor baby is.
You need to stop disrespecting the president kids.
Describe what an anchor baby is.
Anchor baby is when somebody that comes over here, buddy, to get the American citizenship for their kid.
Okay, so when Melania Trump came here and gave that American citizenship to Barron, that would make him an anchor baby.
Look, you need to stop disrespecting.
No, it's you who said it. I'm simply just repeating. That was your logic. By your logic, Barron's an anchor baby. That's what you said.
Barron is a college student.
You're getting there. You're trying.
Barron might be in the NBA soon.
Okay, yeah, or prison. You never know with the Trump kids, right? Anyway, so if you could just respond. So you're saying that Donald Trump should be allowed to violate the 14th Amendment. This conversation's insanity. This is actually crazy. This is crazy.
Because you got too many of them people that's coming down.
Okay, so get rid of Barron and Melania.
I'm fine with that. For the matter of fact, okay, I'm fine with that for the betterment of our country.
He says he's fine with that, everybody.
Honestly, I don't think Melania looks that good anyway.
Wow, you really based if she should keep her citizenship off of her looks.
Yeah, that's my personal opinion. A lot of my other counterparts, they think so. She looks so sexy.
Okay.
I don't think she looks that good.
Okay, yeah, that's not a normal way to go about the situation. So you don't know what the Fifth Amendment is. You think that Donald Trump should be allowed to violate the 14th Amendment. Do you know what the 22nd Amendment is?
Yeah, the 22nd Amendment. That's that one amendment. I know what it is, but can you tell me?
No.
Can I look it up?
No. So you don't know what it is?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I was in school, but can you please tell me?
Okay, these are probably things you should know before you vote. The 22nd Amendment is term limits. Donald Trump says he wants to run for a third term. Do you support that?
Personally, I think he'd be too old. I think.
So the only issue you see with that is that
he maybe could be
too
the
old.
I kind of support him. He can maybe be the vice president though.
So too old for president, not old for vice president. Make that make sense?
Well, the vice president.
Just to confirm, your issue isn't the fact that it's enshrined in our Constitution that we have term limits. Your issue is that you think he'd be too old. Okay, can you describe to me? He's 80 right now. What's the difference between 80 and 84? Like, how would he be too old then and not too old now? He's 80.
Well, but look, if we look at Biden, look what happened. I ain't gonna
Not
lie,
Biden, but not Biden.
was
Hold on Trump.
somewhat
You just
sharp
said
in the
that Donald
beginning.
Trump would be too old in 4 years, as though that's the only issue with him violating the 22nd Amendment, when in reality, he's 80 right now. What's the difference between 80 and 84?
That's 4 years.
Yeah, and that difference is what? 80
A
and
lot could happen in
84.
4 years when you're old, buddy.
Okay.
It's like 4 years
So
ago.
you're saying that Donald
I
Trump is
didn't
on the
have no hair on my
precipice of
chin.
cognitive
Nah, I do.
decline?
You said what?
So you're saying that Donald Trump is on the precipice of cognitive decline?
Yes.
Wow. Looks like he's already there, bud. I mean, this is the same guy who just said that his wife's name is Mercedes, that Nikki Haley is Speaker of the House. He said the solution to immigration is sharks and batteries. He said that Mattel, the toy company, is a country. He said he was endorsed by Hannibal Lecter.
Well, look, it's Trump. I'm just playing. He's not cognitive decline compared to your boy Biden.
What was that? What'd you just say?
He doesn't have any cognitive decline compared to Biden.
Oh, really? Okay. Can you tell me about Joe Biden's cognitive decline?
Well, if we look, I mean, he wasn't. I'm not. I'm kind of. I'm not trying to pray that he has cancer, but that as a proof that he wasn't
The
healthy enough.
cancer wouldn't be causing cognitive decline. Do you know what the cognitive decline you're alleging is, or no?
He has dementia.
He doesn't have dementia. Do you have a diagnosis?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please offer it right now.
I seen the story. It was on, I think, Newsmax.
Okay, you're telling me that you've seen a story. It was on Newsmax, and that's how you know he has dementia.
Yeah, I was watching it, and that's what they was basically saying that he had dementia.
This is actually.
Do you not believe Newsmax?
You're saying that you've seen a story. I saw a story too on MSNBC, and it said that Donald Trump quite literally has dementia. I saw that, and then TMZ confirmed it.
Look,
when I was looking, I was watching TMZ, and TMZ.
We all know that's fake news.
Oh, okay. So it's fake news when they say it, but not fake news when Newsmax says it.
Because I trust Newsmax.
You don't trust MSNBC?
No, because they speak bullshit lies.
Really? Can you name one lie?
When they said I remember one, they was like,
can you hurry up?
They said it was many. It's so
I'm
many.
bored.
Why are you bored?
Because you're boring.
You're boring.
No.
Stop clutching them pearls like an AKA, buddy. You're not an Alpha Kappa Alpha, boy. You're not Kamala.
All right, whatever that was. Anywho, can you just tell me? So you had a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who delivered the Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, Chips and Science Act, and the PACT Act, and you went for the twice impeached insurrectionist, convicted felon, and serial rapist. Why? At first you said, well, Joe Biden's too old, and Donald Trump is just a couple years younger than him. But Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was an entire different generation. So why would you have not gone for Kamala instead of the serial rapist?
Because if we look at what Trump has done in his first term, we had a beautiful economy, beautiful stock market. You know what I'm saying? Until COVID brought it down, and Trump did really good with COVID.
What are you talking about until COVID brought it down? Donald Trump's the one who fired the pandemic response team that tossed you into said pandemic. So you're not going to blame Donald Trump for his part in any of this?
No,
it
was all Biden. Because if you look at the inflation rates, right,
it's all Biden. Somehow it's all Biden. It's always
right
Biden's fault. Somehow.
No, it's facts.
I asked you a question about why'd you go for the serial rapist Trump instead of Kamala, and you somehow landed back at.
He never got
just to confirm. I go for the serial rapist instead of Kamala, and your response was to bring up Biden, and you guys are so the obsession is crazy. I didn't even mention him. I question about Trump
you
and
get
Kamala,
on here every day
and
talking
you bring up
about
Biden.
Trump, and I have an obsession, buddy.
What are you talking about?
Look, you have a Trump on your thing. Talking about look at that picture above you.
What are you talking about?
On the background. Above you. Now you playing this stupid game. You know what?
I mean, you're the one who couldn't name a single reason as to why you voted for Donald Trump. That's your fault, bud, not me.
JD Vance will be president.
Okay, JD Vance is not going to be president. But at this rate, so long as you do away with term limits, you will have President Barack Obama again.
The reason I voted for Trump was because look at the economy. It was great in his first time. We had money, gas was down. We was respected all across the world.
Gosh. And costs are up now. Gas was up then.
You see what he
did
did in Saudi Arabia, buddy?
Costs were up then and costs are up now.
Other countries
gas was up then and gas is up now. Costs were cheaper under President Biden than they are today. You know that, right?
The terrorists.
You know that costs are higher today than they were under Biden, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they're down.
No, they're up. Costs are up.
Where you from, buddy? Because then they're. Oh, you from Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania always had high gas prices.
Did you just guess? Not from Pennsylvania. What?
Yes, you are, buddy.
No.
All right, where you at right now, then? What state?
Florida.
Lying ass.
That's where I'm from.
I said, where you at right now, though?
I said Florida. That's where I am.
Why you lying, bro?
Why are you saying I'm lying? You asked me where I
Because
am. Only I know where I am.
You literally ran for a position in Pennsylvania.
Sure, I'm in Florida.
Oh, so you in Florida? Like you like Florida?
What?
You like Florida? Because Trump down there?
What are you saying?
Your ass is in Pennsylvania, buddy.
I'm literally in Florida right now.
And I hate Pennsylvania.
Okay,
I hate it.
well, I don't know why you have an
was
issue
up
with
there once.
Pennsylvania.
I was up there once and I seen the stuff. I was
Pennsylvania's
like,
education system, financial stability is far better than that of conservative states, so make it make sense.
I was in central Pennsylvania and I hated it there.
Congratulations. Sorry, wait, let me just double check. I'm sorry. Did I fucking ask or did somebody else?
Yeah, somebody in the comment asked it.
Really? I don't think so. Anyway, so let's get back to the Kamala and Donald Trump situation. So you went with the twice impeached insurrectionist because
Yes, I did, because he's better for the country and he gets respect. He gets respect, buddy.
Gets respect from who?
Other countries, buddy. Do not see Saudi Arabia.
Really? What was the deal with Saudi Arabia? Go ahead.
I don't know.
Okay. He goes, there was a deal with Saudi Arabia. I just don't know what it is.
Actually, I do know. He said it was going to be $6 trillion in investments into the United States, and they gave a plane, buddy. They gave us a plane. We respect it, buddy.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about. Saudi Arabia didn't give you the plane, Qatar did.
That's not how you say it. It's called Quintar. Shit. I'm so sorry. I can't do this no more, man. Kabbalah 2028, bro. I'm so sorry, bro.
W's? I guess. W's? W's question mark? Question mark? W's with a question mark? Okay. Okay. This, let me think. Okay, let me think. Okay. Oh, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much for the galaxies. What the fudge? Stop that right now. Okay. Okay, okay. I need to see if this is gonna work. Hold on. You guys hear my mic right now, right? Right? Everybody here's my mic. Y'all hear my mic? I just gotta hold on. You know what? Give me a sec. Oh, my back! My back! No, I'm just kidding. I'm built like a bull. I'm good. All right. Let me see. Unplug this. Do you guys still hear me? Like, is the phone still coming through? Oh, snap. Okay. Does it sound that much worse? Yes or no? Does it sound bad? The sound is worse? That's okay. We're going to give it a solid 5 minutes here while this charges up because this needs to charge up. So we're just going to give it like 5 minutes and then we're going to continue with the conversation. So again, we're just going to give it like a solid 5 minutes. If you are just tuning in, share the live. Where's your water? I got like this much left. I gotta charge up the phone for like a few minutes. So less than 5 minutes. If you haven't, do share that live. Emma, you did what? Emma. Oh, Emma, thank you so much. Andrew, thank you so much for the love. Oh, nice. Thank you so much to Andrew, and thank you so much to Emma. Emma said, Johnny, we need a Butt Biden sticker. Okay, Butt Biden, a tomato. I can knock these out. Let me write it in. Butt Biden sticker, tomato sticker. What else?
Johnny.
Do you hear that?
Don't talk to me unless it's with respect.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, it's lack of brain cells that you have.
I know, because you just entered the room and the brain cells went. The IQ average was doing pretty good until you stepped in, Liam, and then everything just collapsed. That's crazy.
How many
work.
average brain cells is a human being?
Liam.
I know you don't know the answer.
Liam.
It's fine.
Do you hear that or not? Seriously, do you hear it?
How many average brain cells does a
Liam,
human being have?
listen. Do you hear it?
Yeah, the BB bouncing around in your brain.
Do you hear what I'm talking about?
You're not talking about anything.
Liam, listen closely. Shh, listen.
You're such a weird little man.
Liam, shh, listen. Listen.
Are we going to have a conversation?
Liam, after you listen for a minute, listen closely. Just shh.
Say please.
Do you hear that?
Say please.
Liam, do you hear it?
How many brain cells do you have?
Liam, listen. Silence. Sounds good. Sounds nice. Nice and silent. Okay. I know he's mad. It's okay to be mad, Liam. It's okay. It's okay, Liam. But don't be bitter. All right, let me plug this back in. Okay, let's try this. Back up. I'll bring him back up. Hello?
Your headset's charged.
Congratulations. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Absolutely, I did.
How old are you?
Old enough. I'm in my 40s.
Ew, who describes themselves like that? I'm old enough. What the... Yeah, you're perfect for Donald Trump. If that's how you're describing your age.
Old enough for TikTok rules, genius.
Oh, sassy. Very emotional. Anyway, do you know what the Fifth Amendment is?
How many brain cells does a human being retain?
W, anyway. So if you could just respond.
How
Do you know
many
what the Fifth
brain
Amendment
cells
is?
does a human being
Why
retain?
so emotional? Do you know what the Fifth Amendment is?
How
Yes or
many
no?
brain cells do you have in your head?
Oh my God, such an angry man. I'm just so bitter and sad. Do you know what the Fifth Amendment is or not?
Why don't you explain?
Okay, what is it?
You explain to me.
Do you not know what it is?
Why are you
Do you
bringing?
not know
the Q&A?
It is, do you?
Is this a?
You don't know what the Fifth Amendment is?
Have a conversation.
You don't know what the Fifth Amendment
Can I
is,
get
do
an
you?
age check on this guy?
I'm sorry, are you saying that you're
Can I get an
underage
age
men?
check on?
Just to confirm, are you saying you're looking for underage men on TikTok? Is that literally suggested?
No, because you're acting like a
You
child.
quite literally
You're
just said,
acting
can
like
you
a
get an
child.
age check on me? Why? Are you
How many
interested?
brain
Ew.
cells do you have in your head?
Liam, you literally just said you wanted an age check on me. What was
Yeah,
that?
because you're not cognitively there like Biden. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
What? Okay.
It's a
Anyway, you
joke
just said
for
I'm
you.
not.
For me-
Listen, your
for me, we
grammar,
won the
your
election.
grammar, and your rhetoric isn't
For
even
me,
making
it's not a
sense.
joke.
You
We
just
won the
said
election.
that I'm not cognitively there like Biden, but that
You're
would infer
not.
that Biden is there because you're using a comparison, like a simile. You got to do better in your way that you're projecting. You're probably the same type of person running around saying that Kamala couldn't deliver a speech properly, all the while you just said something so ignorant like that. By you saying that I am not intelligent like Biden, you are then saying that Biden is intelligent. You use a simile. Don't do that,
You're
Liam.
less.
You got to speak better. You got to have better deliverables in the way you perpetuate your ignorance, Liam. If you're going to be ignorant, offer it in the proper rhetoric, Liam. The messaging is important, Liam. The
So it's like-
messaging's important.
So if I'm going to
The
be
messaging's important. Anyway, Liam, here's what I need you to do. Just tell me what the Fifth Amendment is. Go ahead and do that for me, okay?
right to due process.
Speak.
I already said it. Your mouth was yapping, so I'm not going to
Go
say
ahead.
it.
What's due process?
You tell me what your
you don't know
idea
what
of
due process is,
No,
do
no,
you?
no. I answered your question. Now you
What's
answer
due process?
mine. No, one for one.
No, what's due process?
1 for 1, Johnny
No,
Moron.
what's due
Let's go.
process?
I'm gonna start calling you Johnny Moron if you don't engage.
Say it again. You'll get kicked ASAP.
Kick me out, little dictator. This is Johnny's
Oh, I get
dictatorship.
so emotional.
Come on,
You're
I
like
need it.
triple my age and you're crashing out
I know
this
you're
hard.
gonna kick me. Go ahead, it's fine.
I would be glad to kick you.
Yo,
Call
you're
me the name
Chad,
again. You're
how
out.
sensitive you are.
You're
It's
very
go.
emotional.
Is that a slur?
I
Is
think
mor-
it's
is
kind of
moron a
poetic
slur?
that you are crashing out crying on my stream while saying that I'm crashing out crying. Make this make sense.
Is moron a slur?
Dude, listen to yourself.
Is that your
You're
newest
a
slur?
grown
Is that a new
man.
slur?
You are like triple my age. You understand that? Do you have
Are
kids?
you in the community of morons?
have
Is that why
kids?
you're saying it's a slur?
Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
Well, dude, don't talk about if I have children. That's weird, John.
Do you have kids?
Dude,
I want to
no,
know if
don't
you
do
are
it,
somebody's
John.
father because this
No,
is
I
an
don't-
embarrassment.
I want to see your screensaver
You
on
are
your phone,
by
okay?
quiet. Liam,
Guys,
Liam, the first issue here is you're a grown man, like 3 times my age, and you're not acting like it. Issue 2 is I think you're somebody's father. And I pity those children that they have to deal with you as a father. Third, you are crashing out so hard on my
Thank-
stream. And you're not looking to have a conversation. All I did was ask you about a constitutional amendment to which you got upset because you don't know what it is. You could have just said, my name's Liam, and I don't know what this amendment is. Johnny, can you explain it to me? And I would have said, absolutely. But instead, I'm dealing with somebody triple my age, crashing out before my eyes. This is very sad. And Liam, it's Saturday at 2:30 p.m. And the best thing that you can do, the best way in which you're spending your time, is crashing out on a 24-year-old's live stream. And odds are this is probably the highlight of your week. Because this is probably the first time a man's talked to you. And God knows you're interested in that. Here's what I would recommend, Liam. Take a step back from this. Recognize that people would like you and want to talk to you, if not for the fact that you were so repugnant and rude. If not for the fact that you'd sat there insulting others, people may want to speak to
Winner.
you.
I'm a winner.
You're definitely a wiener, I agree. So stop acting like a wiener and try to be nicer, but somewhere else. Bye. A grown man, everybody. A grown man. A grown man calling himself a wiener. Okay. A grown man, mind you. A grown man. That was a grown man. Do we all understand that? Like this. Wait, where is the... Where are you, Christmas? Why can't I find you? Why have you gone away? Where you, Christmas? Why can't I find you? Okay. Hit that Johnny Lou Who. Johnny Lou Who is crazy. That's crazy. Liam is obsessed with GT. Oh, gee. Wait, Good Trouble? Good Trouble. Let me tell you something about Good Trouble. Okay? Oh my gosh. This guy is like... I know that Good Trouble horrifies Trumpers because Good Trouble is like the epitome of like... This guy is just like iconic. Good Trouble is just like iconic. But like also, I just... How do I describe this? I can tell why Trump men are obsessed with Good Trouble because, like, he is the epitome of, like just, I don't know. How do I describe this? Like, I can see why they're obsessed with him. I can see why because they want to be him. They want to be him. Yes, exactly. Literally, okay, hold on. I'm like falling over. He is exactly. Wait, we all said it at the same time. He is what they want to be. He is what they want to be. He is like the definition of like he is like their image of like masculinity and like iconic and intelligence, and like he's a brilliant man, but he's also like their definition of alpha man. I can see why they're obsessed with him. The guy is like literally like Good Trouble is like iconic, brilliant man, but like also a Trumper looks at him and is like, I want to be you. Oh, if y'all don't know who Good Trouble is, y'all should look him up at some point. Really, really cool guy. Very cool guy. I can definitely see why Trumper's got like a... Where are you, Christmas? Why can't I find you? What fudge is this? Oh, hi. Hey.
Okay, wait. I have to figure out how to fix it now. Because what? Am I even in the screen? Like, can you even see me?
I see you. You're fine on my screen.
Am I super, super close?
No, you look fine.
Really? It looks like I am like super, super close to like the screen and everything. This is my first time like doing battles through here. I've never done it through here.
There is another thing that we need to try after this, and it's called Catch the Beans. And you and I have to catch beans.
Huh?
Catch beans. You want to catch beans?
Wait, like actual like baked beans?
Yeah, like there's beans. It's a game on here, it says, and it's called Catch Beans. Y'all, this is a little battle if you want to. We're going to have to take an intermission here because all the Trumpers are hiding, so we're going to have to restart after this. But little battle. No, why would you say Anna goes, I'm going to mermaids? That's so mean.
I love it. I love it when they do that. I love it when they do that.
So mean.
All the girls come over. All of the girls
No,
come over.
excuse
here.
me.
Come
Support.
here.
Hey.
Everybody come here. Everybody come here now. Everybody come here now. Everybody come here now. Come from Johnny
Listen.
side. Come here
I
now.
just did. Oh, no, she's on mute. No, wait. Oh my God. Wait. Oh, ow. I am a god. Do not leave me. Okay, wait, hold on. If you leave me to go to mermaids after I just entertained y'all for like 5 hours on streaming, I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you for that. I need to like fix my lighting. Hold on. I will never forgive you for that. I will never. Guys, listen. Oh my God, what is going on? Okay. Now it's dark. What the fudge is happening? What the fudge is happening? Okay, here's what I'm going to need y'all to do. I'm going to need y'all to help us defeat Mermaid here. First off, okay, you know what? F this. We're already failing here terribly. Okay, first things first. I'm going to be following all top contributors. Second thing, what is wrong with my lighting? What is wrong? Why? I quit. I wasn't meant to win this battle. Apparently, I wasn't meant to win this. Like, I don't understand. My lighting's all messed up. Everything's all messed up. Everything is all messed up. What's going on? Dang, this is crazy. Okay, times 2 gifting points. We're gonna have a
we reached
mission.
the target.
Oh wait, did we hit the target? Oh, we did 60 seconds.
Okay, guys, 60
everybody,
seconds
everything
of
is
times
2 points
gifting.
now.
Times 2.
Everything is times 2 points.
Everything is times 2.
Everything is times 2. I would like to beat Mermaid here.
Of course he would. Of course he would.
Oh my gosh, daisies! Thank you so much for the rest.
Look,
Y'all,
look at this.
Lisa.
Look at this. Look at the way that I'm getting beat. Oh my God. Why do I even come? Why do I even come to this?
Let's go rude with a gal. Oh my God, my lighting
I
is so bad,
legitimately
but you
come
guys are-
here
y'all,
and Johnny just
we are
beats
doing
on
so
me.
good. Help us. Come on, y'all.
You
Keep
guys,
pushing. We got
look, he's not
we got 30 seconds left.
19,000.
We are doing
You know
so
what?
good.
It's so insane. Meanie, thank you so much. Meanie, thank you so much. Look at this. He's at 24. You know what?
Obliterate her. We have like 10 seconds left to times 2 points.
solely just to get beat up by Johnny. Like I don't know what I do to deserve this at all whatsoever.
This
I
is so
don't think
iconic.
that
This is so
I
good.
deserve any of this. Okay.
Obliteration
I don't.
would be
We have 4
wonderful.
seconds. We have 2 seconds.
Oh my God. Y'all, thank you guys. John with
That's
the Galaxy,
okay.
thank you so much.
We're not gonna beat
I
him.
can't
He
believe
stole this win. Yes, he
Mermaid,
did. He
you
stole it.
failed.
Yeah.
I'm
You
so
no,
bad.
you cheated. You cheated. You cheated.
Cheated,
You
Mermaid.
cheated.
Just because your community can't help you out here.
You're-
Y'all, I'm so proud of this. I'm so proud of this. I'm so proud of this. So proud of us. This is iconic.
This all the time.
Mermaid, do you hear me?
Of course.
What's it like to fail?
Johnny, you stole this.
Girl, please. That Miss
Johnny.
Oh,
all
okay,
of
sorry.
these all of
Donald
these
Trump?
points are rigged.
Excuse me, Donald?
All of these
Donald, is that
points
you?
are rigged.
Hold on.
They're all rigged. They're all fake points.
Where's my Donald Trump wig?
There's over 1,000 people in his room. Of course there is. It's
Oh, guys,
161
she's
people
calling
in here.
it a cheat. This is crazy. This is crazy work.
Yes,
Y'all.
you just cheated. You cheated.
I cheated. Well, listen, this is a second round, so you can have the chance to try to catch up. You're gonna fail
So
again,
Johnny is
but
funding his own gifts. Has to be. He is. He has another phone sitting right here, and he like sends himself the biggest things, and then but he has like 800 different pages, and he signs into each
the
page.
conspiracies are crazy.
He signs into
The
each page.
conspiracies are crazy.
And then after each page, then he's like, okay, I sent a galaxy from this page. Let me send a TikTok universe from this one. And then he goes in and then he sends a TikTok universe from that one. And then he goes over to like, and then he changes
Is that
it.
you?
Mhm.
Mermaid's over here like, but let's check that pizza parlor because we just don't know.
Yeah. I want to check all 30,000 of these points to figure out where they came from because you're a cheater. You're cheating.
You have a second round to attempt here.
Everybody that's on Johnny's side, come to my side right now.
No. I just entertained and educated for 5 hours. People should never, do not cheat on me. If you cheat on me, that is so mean. That is so mean. Cheating on me? Just like that is rude. Let me make sure I'm following all of our top contributors. First off, Lisa, thank you so much. Ruth and F Mapperture. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm following everybody. Ruth, I just followed you. Ruth, F Mapperture, and Lisa, you all got boxing gloves. Those are going to be useful. Those in just a minute. So please hold on to them. John, Lucky, Donnie Girl, Marissa just followed you. Also, iconic profile photo. Maui, hey Maui, Meg's World, and Finding Joy. I just followed you. Mermaid.
Hold on. Let me say my thank yous. My thank yous.
You're gonna lose.
I shut up. Shut up. That's not okay. Okay, shut up. Let me say my thank yous. Meanie, I love you so much. CJX, I love you so much. Amanda, I love you so much. Itchy, I love you. Shrooman, Miss Sooner, Pay Love, Gigi Chi, and Brianna. I'm going to make sure that I am following all of you guys back so that we can all be besties together. And if you are on Johnny's side,
No. Silence. She's on mute. Don't you guys dare. Listen, think about this. If you're on her side, you could either stay on our side and win or go to her side and lose. It's really up to y'all. The lighting is so bad right now. I keep messing up. Okay, y'all. I need you guys to help us just defeat Mermaid.
you guys
here.
in the comments tell everybody to come over here.
No. Stop cheating, Mermaid. Okay, wait, hold on. So Lisa, Ruth, and F Mapperture all have boxing gloves. Can Lisa, can you drop your boxing glove now?
Oh boy. Look at you. You're literally trying to set me up.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're
Wow. You know what? Next time.
Okay, so Lisa just dropped her boxing glove. So now for anybody who drops a gift, that is now 5 times. So Maui just dropped like a donut, and that was like 200 points. Y'all, this is great. Okay, wait. Y'all, keep this going. Everything is worth 5 times. Ribeye, thank you so much. Oh my god, F Mapperture with a money gun. That was like 3,000 points on the board. Donnie with the Sage's Slash. Stop. Wait, we're gonna crush this. John, thank you so much for the raccoon. Y'all, we're gonna crush this. We're gonna absolutely obliterate her. Okay, hold on. Now, bonus mission, we're gonna get times 3 points. So here's what I'm gonna say, so that we could just hit the target really quick. F Mapperture, can you drop your boxing glove now? And then Ruth, get yours ready, but don't drop it yet. F Mapperture, do you would you be able to drop your boxing glove? The power up. We just need 7 people to send roses. That's literally it. Oh my god, this is such an easy target. Boom! Wait, hold on. Everything is times 5 points again. So everything you drop is times 5, and then it's going to be times 3, which I think is going to make it the times 15 markup. This is crazy work. This is so crazy. We're doing so good. Oh, this is so good. We are militarizing this right now. Okay, Ruth, get your boxing glove ready, because we're going to need that in a moment. Lisa, thank you so much for the fireworks. Daisy's with the Daisy's with the jellyfish. Thank you so much. And John with the galaxy. Oh, we're destroying her. Wait, and boom, we're times 5 points again on top of the times 3. Y'all, if you're gonna drop something, the next 10 seconds is the time to do it, because that's gonna be 5 times 3. That is some crazy work right here. Oh my god. What the fudge? I'm like twitching. Megs with the that's the Sage's slash. Y'all, this was great. This was good. This was good. Lisa, thank you so much for the coral reef. Thank you for the jellyfish. Dolphin with the hand hearts. Y'all. Oh, that was good. We did really good there. Does anybody have a mist? Does anybody have the mist gift? Because if you do, you should use that for the last minute. If anybody has the mist, that's like the cloud looking gift. This is funny. Let's listen to what she's saying.
1,000 ahead of me, and he's talking about a mist.
Oh, shit. Does anybody have the mist? A mist is that would be really funny for the last minute. Okay. We're doing this is iconic. There are bad actors out there during these protests who are attempting to put you into situations like that. You do not want that.
You
That is
don't
not what you want.
engage. One thing that I've learned from like protesting is you do not engage. There are a lot of bad actors that will just be starting up like drama, pushing people. They'll even like one thing that that stays is like if you see the bricks, walk past them. Like there's certain things that will be placed out to mess up a protest, and they're placed there by bad actors to make protest go from peaceful to insane in a second.
Yeah.
And you don't pick up the bricks, you don't climb over things, stay with your group. Don't go by yourself. If you are by yourself, make sure that you have your information written on in a Sharpie. Is certain things that you just should always do if you're going to go protest. But also protesting is very fun, and it's a great way to exercise your First Amendment right.
Yeah. Which, speaking of, actually, that reminds me, for those of y'all who don't know, if you're ever interested in phone banking, in canvassing voters, and text banking, which is a very popular one, or attending a protest, a good place to go, there's a website called mobilize.us. That's mobilize with a Z, and then .us instead of .com, it's .us. And like that's where all you would just honestly, here, I'll pull it up now.
You just type in your
I won't, 'cause
address
it'll tell
and
you where I
boom,
live
they're
in
all
Philly. So yeah, you type in your zip code and it'll give you all the events in the area that's going on. So like if you're ever looking to get involved in a campaign or a team or whatever the case be, like that's where you go. It's really fun. I like it. I love that. Whoever created that platform, W's to you.
And there's
Beautifully
multiple
done.
like 50-51. There's like the Invisible. There's
Yep.
and they're protesting all throughout the week. Like you can find something all throughout the week.
Indivisible
Now,
is
what
so
I want
good.
America to do, the type of protest that I want America to do, we're not ready for it yet. I want us
I
to
was
get
gonna
the
say.
protesting like how the Georgia over out in America, how they're over there protesting, how they're just shutting down everything. Just shut down your country because nobody go anywhere.
Again, protesting is critically important because the greatest tool in our toolkit right now is public opinion, and it's important to protest. But the reason why it's immensely important that these protests remain peaceful and are continuing to be peaceful is one, because they've proven to be effective so far, and two, for example, whether in regards to Tesla stocks crashing in part because of public opinion and protest, or in regards to Donald Trump freezing USAID and then having to revoke said action is because of public opinion, things like
Or
that.
Target losing 68 mil. Is it billions or million? It might be billions. Let me make sure.
Yeah, and
Target
so like
lost
that.
a lot of money from Black and brown people
sure.
boycotting because of DEI.
Waiting until Pride Month.
That's one boycott that like I think has been like the most the craziest impactful, but so like low key that nobody like really even completely knows. Target has lost so much money since January 20th. Well, since after a little bit after that, whenever he put out the executive order about DEI and told all companies they had to roll back their DEI initiatives, Target was one of the first to roll theirs back immediately, and it caused a whole big thing. And black and brown people and almost everybody who's on the right side of history said, okay, since you want to stand on business, we're going to stand on business.
Right.
When you're in a capitalistic society, your money means a lot to these corporations and these companies. So when you have a large demographic of people who are now upset with you because you think DEI means black people, and you done pissed multiple demographics of people off with just doing that, they've lost so much money to the point where they were getting sued by their stockholders.
Right. Because it seemed as though it was very, I mean, it's so they did that to themselves. I could see why they got sued. I think you're going to see a double down on this for Pride Month, for example, because Pride Month this year is going to look a little bit different with these corporations than it has in the past. And that's because of Donald Trump. And that's because of their willingness to feed into a fascist. In regards,
they've lost $12.4 billion in market value. $12.4 The company also
With the
experienced a
B.
3.1% decline in quarter four sales, and February 25th, sales saw a notable dip. Foot traffic in Target stores dropped 5.7% year over year, with the decline lasting for 8 consecutive weeks. And it's still going. So imagine 12.4 billion.
What's the website? The website is mobilize.us. So mobilize.us. And that's where so it has you type in your zip code, and then it'll give you all the events or rallies, protests. Like Bernie Sanders, for example, put his Fighting Oligarchy Tour protest on there. You could phone bank, text bank, all of that is on there. You would just type in your zip code, and it'll tell you everything within foot walking or driving distance. Dang, that's wild. I will say again, like, it's so critically important that these protests remain peaceful, in part because this administration is very different than that of those in the recent history. And I just think that that's important to note. Like, this isn't the Biden administration. And so when you protest, there's always a chance that this administration will retaliate, or a chance that this administration will. And so, like, folks just got to know that before they go out. It's the same thing that we've seen with protesting on college campuses, for example. Look at what the Trump administration is doing to student visas. Look at what they're doing to Harvard. Look at what they're doing to Columbia and to students. Like, people need to be safe about these sort of things if they're going to protest.
No, but Johnny, can we really talk about, like, why is the president of the United States actively in a fight with a university in this country? Like, actively, like, at war with Harvard.
Right.
Like, taking away funding and everything because you are in a tissy fit because people don't want to follow your agenda, your narrative. And it's so, and then not only are you trying to defund colleges, you won't even accept and provide funding to areas that have been impacted by hurricanes. Like, this administration never fails. Like, it never ceases to confuse me as to, like, how is this a thing? Like, how is this happening? Like, every day I wake up and I'm like, this is real?
One thing that we should talk about as we get closer to the primary is adopting a congressional seat. Because there's, Democrats, a really good chance that Democrats reclaim Congress. And of course, everybody should be part of that. If you're from a state to which is maybe more blue leaning, always worth adopting a congressional district outside of your state that is a swing district. So, for example, Michigan's 7th district, currently held by a Republican, that's a Democratic seat. Pennsylvania's 7th district used to be Susan Wild, now it's a Republican, that's a blue seat. Or even Pennsylvania, New York, like Elise Stefanik's seat, that's a blue seat. So, like, just something to, consider. As it gets closer, I do want to adopt one of those seats. And so, Mermaid, we should talk about that. Adopting a seat. Yeah, it's fun getting to do that, because then you really get a stake in it as well,
Thank you. I'm down completely. Everything that I can get my feet in with this for the next 4 years, I really do want to, because, like, I want to be in this fight, and I want to know, like, at the end of this, after these 4 years are done and we finally get another Democrat back in the office and things are finally moving into the direction in which they are supposed to, I want to be able to say that, like, I fought through this.
Yeah.
Like, it feels good
Johnny,
to know.
Johnny, can you explain how to adopt one of those seats? Yeah, totally. What was the organization? I don't recall. I don't think it was Indivisible. It might have been Red, Wine, and Blue, though. Red, Wine, and Blue. If y'all don't know who Red, Wine, and Blue is, that's another great organization to be involved with. They'll typically set up a program every year, and they'll kind of get folks off the sidelines and in the game from different states. So, for example, when I worked on the Biden campaign, we had folks from New York who adopted congressional seats in Pennsylvania because they're competitive. So I think you got to wait for more information, because I don't think that they have those programs up and running yet, which is why I had said, maybe wait until the primary is done. Once those primaries are done and you got your candidates, those programs are going to be pretty abundant. And we're going to talk a lot more about that when they're up and running again. I think it was Red, Wine, and Blue, though, not Indivisible. Might be wrong. as far as where you can vote, somebody said, where can I check if I'm voting? The easiest way would just be go onto Google, type in your state, and then click voter registration check. And it'll bring you to your state's state department or election office, and you could look it up online.
And once you get to your like state's department, then that's when you should check for like special elections. And if there are any seats that are open or what's happening. Like I know here in Illinois where I am, there's a few different things that are like open. But I'm like, I can't sit down and like take over. I can't do it. Mm-mm.
Yeah. I mean, Mermaid just brought up a good point. I would really recommend everybody check if you have a special election in your district. For example, I knew that the Pennsylvania special election was happening for the 36th district, but for New York special election that had just passed for that Senate seat, I'll be transparent. I did not know that special election was happening. Odds are, well, I'm not in New York, so then again, probably didn't need to know that. However, if you're in New York, you should have known that. And so, like, if you're in a state, double check and see if you have any special elections coming up, because we just had one in Pennsylvania, we had one in New York. Odds are there's going to be a lot more, and you should really look into that. Because we won both those.
Flipping seats,
right? We won both those as Democrats. So,
and if we can flip those seats back, it'll make it harder for him to continue on with his weird rhetoric that he has going on.
How many congressional seats are open in November of next year? All of them. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Do you mean like in the Senate? I was like, in the House? I'm like, that would be all of them. You mean sorry, you meant in the Isaiah. Can somebody help me out here with Isaiah's special election? I should contact
I think his is in November.
Yeah, I what's going on there? Because the primary, I should contact Olivia. The primary for Isaiah, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. His primary, what like they bumped the primary to the November this year? Like, is that what's happening? Where's his
on his website? Let me see.
His primary. Why would Greg Abbott? I swear to God,
Greg Abbott doesn't want him to get in there. You know.
Well,
that.
I will, and you never know how that race is. But I think that him having a campaign is a good thing for him. Like that because he thinks that more time can take the seat.
Tuesday,
but I think that more time will
November
help
3rd.
Isaiah take the seat.
Yeah, so his is on
And the
Tuesday,
primary.
November 3rd.
So the primary is November 3rd? Like his seat's
that's just his
primary?
election. Harris County,
the
Texas,
general.
District 18.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, when is his primary going to happen? I think I'm going to contact. Because, Olivia Giuliana, a phenomenal organizer, wonderful leader. I think she's working on it. We were in touch a little bit before, but I kind of lost connection because I was running around. She'll reach out and see what's going on there. Johnny, you must know my niece. She worked, HQ? Annika. Wait, I do know an Annika. Hold on. What? I don't want to give away too much information. I'm curious what role they worked on with Kamala HQ.
Primaries is running. Filing deadline is pending. Primary runoff is pending. Primaries is pending. The general election will be November. So they haven't picked when his primary date will be yet.
Gotcha. Yeah, see, that's an issue. That's Greg Abbott messing around. That's Greg Abbott messing around.
If they don't get Greg Abbott out of there, he can't be primaried.
It's really tough. My heart is like with Texas, and my heart's with, for example, Olivia, who's a wonderful organizer, because like she and the state, the Democrats in the state, are like really putting in the groundwork and slowly pushing the state closer to blue. But it just takes so long. And so like it's a slow inch every couple years, but it just stinks because like it doesn't make the loss any easier. But inevitably that state will go blue. And I'm telling you, it's going to be because of Olivia Giuliana. That state's going to go blue, and it's going to be because of people like Olivia Giuliana. I'm telling you right now.
All I know is if you are in Texas and you are in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district and y'all do not primary her.
Wait, Marjorie Taylor Greene is from Georgia.
Out of here. Wait, she's in Georgia?
Yeah, she's in Georgia.
So who's
remember she wanted to run against Ossoff.
Right. Mm-hmm. If you are in Georgia and y'all let her stay again, Y'all gotta deal with that on your own. Don't even complain. If y'all let her win again, don't even complain about it afterwards. Hi, Lilies.
The issue is like that seat can't be flipped. Like her seat's too red. Lauren Boebert, on the other hand,
But her own constituents are
they like her.
pissed off. No, her last few
Her crazy writers.
You're right.
They like her. They like that stuff. The space lasers and the chemtrails. That's the.
I just don't. I will never understand it. Like,
yeah, she lives in the reddest part of the country.
Like, how do you guys elect Green? Like, I elected AOC. Ew.
Did you see AOC? AOC was going for the House. It wasn't appropriations. I think it was oversight. And it was like the Nancy Pelosi style Democrats pushed for AOC, but Connolly to take the seat, and Connolly is the Congress member that just right?
Yes.
Right? A Virginia Connolly took, I believe it was Connolly's spot. And so I'm like, y'all are gonna get a second chance to right this time, because whether you like AOC or you don't, AOC was very much entitled to that. That was AOC's role, and y'all gotta, she deserved that role.
They will do anything to undermine her. That's just what it is. They will do anything to undermine her, and especially because she's one of the youngest. So she's automatically just like, they're all like, you think you're better than me.
Jasmine said she thinks there's 4 of them who's going to run for it. Is Jasmine going to run for it? Thought I saw Jasmine running. Oh, if Jasmine, I feel like AOC and Jasmine are both going to go for the oversight role. I will say a lot of people think that AOC and Jasmine Crockett are like the same because both are young. Both are young women in Congress. Their politics are not the same. Like Jasmine Crockett and AOC, they're both like, in the same extent of being like very energized. They can mobilize people. They're great with turnout. I like understand where people are like, oh, they must have the same politics. They're not the same politics. So it's up there. So I'm curious if Jasmine and AOC both go for it then. Yeah.
I follow Jasmine on Substack. One of my favorite people to follow, other than you, Johnny. Also, Johnny, your last Substack post, where you were like, let me write up a list of Donald Trump's accomplishments. And so I was looking at it on my computer, and I'm like, his accomplishments. Johnny wouldn't do this. I clicked on it, and I hollered to the top of my lungs at my phone screen, just so you know. So I'd just be in here screaming at some of the funniest things that you do. Sherbs, thank you so much for subscribing. Beautiful.
Speaking of, if y'all aren't on Substack, or if you've seen the Substack that Mermaid's referring to, feel free to subscribe to our Substacks. You could just look up Mermaid TM or Johnny Pompadessa on Substack, and they should populate.
I think they're in both of our links in our bios too.
Yeah,
but mine is Mermaid TM. Johnny's is Johnny